study, they are able to run business. And then you have the Bula judgment, Ruta judgment. These two judgments basically say, even if the person is illegal in the country, as soon as the person says, I want to apply for asylum, law enforcement can't do anything on that person. You allow that person to apply for asylum. I think you can go through this because the presentation has been shared with you in the interest of time. Now I've been asked to speak about numbers. So these are the numbers that are going to shock you. We've got about 1.2 million people who have applied for asylum in this country. 1.2 million people who have applied for asylum in this country since 1998. And these people, this will be my last slide, but I just beg for a bit of time so that I explain this mess here. So these people who are here in our system, 90,000 of them, they are active. It means they carry documents that they renew them. But 800,000 of them, in some cases, a decision has been taken to say, you must leave the country because you don't qualify to be a refugee in this country. 95% of people who come to this country to apply for refugee, they are not refugees. They are coming for economic reasons. So because of the gaps that we have in the legislation, which the minister now is working on after the cabinet approval of the white paper, in this space, these people who are 800,000, whenever police come at these people, they will quote the Bula judgment, they will quote the Ruta judgment, and then they cannot be deported. And also, they remain legal until their status is finalized. So you can see the numbers. Now the challenge that we have is coming to solutions. Most of these people, they are not from our neighboring countries. They come from anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, any person in the world can come to South Africa and apply for asylum, and on the spot, after you've been noted or approved, or let me not approved, after your application has been received by the department, we are issued with a permit. That permit, because of the litigation or case law that I spoke about, that permit allows the person to study, to work, to run business without having to contribute the required 5 million for the business visa. That is why people are running these businesses, spaza shops. Do they look like millionaires to you? They don't have 5 million, but they're using this loophole. So the first thing you were saying, a person who's traveling from many countries, who's crossing many countries, must apply in those countries before he comes to South Africa. Because there's no reason why people are not applying in other countries. They are jumping all the countries to come here. 2, we are relocating the refugee reception offices to the borderline. And there is a commitment that that work is starting as of December this year. That concludes my presentation, Premier and colleagues, but we are establishing immigration courts as well that will assist us to deal with all these numbers. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Mtiane for that insightful presentation. We will then request from the Border Management Authority, Mr. E.M. Kuna, to come forward and present on strengthening border security and migration management. Thank you very much, Mr. Nkuna.
Siyabonga program director, premier, ngicela ngibulise amakhosi wethu, ngibulise nabonke labo babulisile. Uma ngazama kufana nawe ngiyothatha 30 minutes. Ngoba I mean, I'm not yet as skilled as you. Are you able to project my presentation? Premier, siyabonga ku slide 2 lokhu thina baka Border Management Authorities kala kukwenza ukuthi kule discourse which we are having about ukuthi lo angangeni ngesango uyafohla iqiniso liphele wonke umuntu kumele angene ngendlela efanekileyo. Can we go to the next one? These are the points which I intend to cover. To a great extent, Ubaba Mtiani has already assisted me. You will forgive me. I speak a bit more faster, but then we'll get the time from Ubaba Mtiani. The next slide. Premier, as the Border Management Authority, we are duly mandated to facilitate the movement of persons and goods as they come through the Republic of South Africa through our 71 ports of interest. As we do this, we are then compelled to cooperate and coordinate what we do with everybody who is impacted in what we do. And as we do this, we need to also ascertain to say that there is enforcement of all various laws which the Republic has at ports of interest. Next slide. Premier, okay, one back. Premier, slide 6. Siyabonga. Ku slide 6 already says khulumile ukuthi no, one of our problems that we have, it's porous borders. But Chief Director Mtiani has already put it to say that it's not the bulk of our problem. That then allows illegal movement of persons and also illicit goods, which eventually harm our economy. When you come to our ports of interest, you'll see that it is one border but multiple authorities. You go to a land port of entry as you did on Tuesday, you'll see that you'll find the South African Police Services also operating with the Border Management Authority. So it will vary from modality to modality. As the Premier has already indicated, the issue of migration or the movement of people, it's not something which is new. It's not a problem that only South Africa is suffering with. And what makes it a bit more complicated is the issue of saying that we have now acknowledged to say that we live in one world or one globe, and as such, we need each other. We cannot run away from each other. There are certain pushes and pulls which make people to either run away from their countries or come to South Africa. When it comes to those pulls, the reality is that South Africa is no longer what it used to be about 60 years ago. It used to be a place where people used to come and get employment, and I believe that the majority of the people who are currently being repatriated, they have given testament to say that the job opportunities in South Africa are very scarce, and that is where we are. We also see that, as Ubaba Mtiani has covered it, the abuse of the visa-free regime. The visa-free regime is meant to encourage tourism. It's meant to encourage people to come and visit places such as eThekwini, where we say that it is a tourism hub of South Africa. It's meant to allow business people who come in with genuine interest to say that I am here for a day or two. I need to see this particular business, and after that, I'm out of here. But what we are saying is to say that this regime is being abused. The next slide. Premier, as they've decided for me to say that we will jump that one more slide, apologies for the lack of visibility, but I'll try and speak to say that how do we then address some of the challenges which we are seeing, or how do we strengthen borders and the migration management within South Africa? The first part which we always emphasize is the issue of technology. Many years ago, in 1994, a cell phone was not a necessity. In 2026, it is a necessity. You need to have a very viable data connection to be able to use your cell phone effectively. So as the border management, we are saying that we also need that. The other part which we now need to come in and pilot is to say that in terms of the system which we use to process people, we are now introducing what we term EMCS version 2.0, meaning that we are now moving forward and we need to link it to what we term electronic traveler authorization, meaning that before coming to South Africa, a person needs to declare to the Department of Home Affairs to say that I'm coming to your country, this is what I will be doing, this is where I will be staying, these are the amount of funds that I have, and on the basis of that, the authorization will be given for the person to proceed to South Africa. Those who have traveled through Cape Town International Airport, they will see what we term e-gate. If you've also been in Robert Gabriela Mugabe International Airport, they also have e-gate, meaning that you come into the country, you process yourself, and you exit. That is where we need to go as a country, meaning that we need to extend it beyond only processing South Africans, but also processing people who come from other countries. As Ubaba Mtian has already indicated, there's a need for us to clean up our national population register. There's a need for us to be able to use what we term a single window. So meaning that for us as government entities, we need to be able to give each other access to the databases that we have so that we are able to get information without necessarily even making a call. If Eddie Nkuna has a criminal record, we need to be able to see it instantly as he enters a port of entry to say that, yes, this person has a criminal record, this is a wanted person. Premier, let us also take this opportunity to thank you for the 3 drones that you have given to the Border Management Authority. They are a big contribution in terms of us being able to fight illegal migration. The other avenue that we need to go, but just to go back to this particular point of drones, the Premier was very strategic. He chose intentionally to say that my first problem is Kosi Bay. There are a lot of cars crossing illegal. He said, I'm going there. Then he went to Kolela and said that there is a lot of illegal movement of persons with the intention of bringing contraband substances into the country. That is where he chose. He then last said, you know what, with the money that I have, I'm not going to give you a drone for Lesotho. So in Sunny Pass, they do have a drone which will then be able to assist us in terms of border patrols. Coming back to where we need to go in terms of the future, it is already a given to say that we cannot patrol the entire borderline. As such, sensors within the borderline, they are a much required intervention. The ability to be able to launch our own satellites, which will give us an overview of what is happening within our country. It is where we need to be able to go in terms of ascertaining that technology works for us to be able to manage immigration and also secure our borders. The other issue is information and intelligence. We are employees of the government, and as employees of the government, our primary responsibility, it is to the state and to the people who live in this particular state. So as such, we do need to be able to share information and intelligence regarding people, goods, the cross-border smuggling of goods. Then within this, we'll then conduct our risk-based operations, which will then come and target to say that we are not just going to knock on any doors. We need to knock on doors which we know to say that there are illegal activities which are happening there. We've also intensified in terms of the number of mobile patrols which we need to be able to do. But one thing which you will be able to say is that terrain also plays an important role, or it becomes a hindrance to say that where can you be able to reach, and as such, you need proper tools of trade such as your 4x4 vehicles, your armored vehicles, and your horses to be able to do what you need to do. We've seen in the budget speech given by Minister Kodongwani to say that over the next 3 years, he intends to give the Border Management Authority 990 million so that we can be able to expand on our capacity. Indeed, that is one avenue that we are using. But then we can also be able to learn to say that within provincial level, within local level, there are also additions which are given. We've seen at Cape Town International Airport, we've seen at OR Tambo International Airport, where the provinces came and said that I am willing to give you additional personnel so that you are able to fast track my clients as expedient as possible. We've seen the Department of Tourism giving us tourism monitors to be able to expand on the number of people who are having in ports of entries. The call to say that we need more inspectorate personnel inland, it is also true. But coming back to us as officials who are working, the issue of integrity or the issue of us having been clean or the issue of us having to live within our means, it is something which as government we need to come and prioritize. And as we do this, we do what we term screening or what is commonly referred to as vetting. We need to be able to prioritize this. We need to be able to prioritize the issue of prevention and awareness to our colleagues to say that getting involved harms the country. Yes, it's good, you'll have a very nice house, you'll have a very nice car, but it is harming our country. When your child is a junkie, you'll come back to us and say that you did not work, but you forget that you were also part of the problem. The issue of lifestyle audits, we need to ascertain that it is there. We need to consistently capacitate our employees. We need to also look at saying, can we rotate our employees or not, so that we are certain that if they are in danger of being corrupted, we are able to move them. The issue of body-worn cameras is what we've pioneered and what we aim to get in the future, to say that let's get more, so that whenever our officials are interacting with travelers and with any other person, it is on record, so that there aren't two versions of the story. There is only one version which can be corroborated with evidence. The issue of correct declaration of goods, for us or for the South African Revenue Services, it allows people to declare to say that this is what we are bringing. But since it is system-based and it uses codes, that people will then go and put in incorrect codes. So as such, goods will end up being released. So that is the appeal which you are making, to say that those who are declaring goods, declare them honestly, so that we are able to put the necessary checks and balances for us to be able to do what we need to do. The issue of protection of those who are blowing the whistle or those who are reporting corruption, it is something that is needed. Premier, let me just, on a high level, give these particular issues. The issue of infrastructure, you've seen, to say that in other places we are not able to develop due to them being heritage sites, but it is something which is needed, and it can be done through triple Ps, meaning that can either be public partnerships or public-private partnerships. We've seen the Jersey barriers which you've installed at Kosi Bay, and they are appreciative of the fact, to say that they were able to reduce the number of cars which are crossing over illegally. But then one thing which we are currently realizing is to say that as opposed to taking the cars over or on the illegal part of the borderline, the trend is to say that they will now get genuine documents. So meaning that within traffic authorities, there is something which needs to be done to be ascertained to be able to stop those cars from going there. The issue of community engagement, it has already been stated, and I'm not going to restate it, but it is something that needs to really happen, which needs to be able to strengthen what we do as the border management authority. Premier, coming back to the issue of entry requirements, as Ubaba Mtian has indicated, people come in legally. So as and when we ask to say that, are you really in love with this person, or is it a marriage of convenience? Umsholozi must not be the first one to call me Uguti, why umbuyisele move? I'm doing my job. So we need to be strict on entry requirements. We need to ascertain to say that people have enough funds to be able to sustain themselves as and when they come into the country. We need to optimize on what is already there. We have what we term the trusted tour operator scheme, meaning that a person is accredited to be able to bring people in South Africa. Since that person is vetted, it then becomes the responsibility of that person to ascertain that they eventually leave. So those are some of the things which we need to be able to do. The issue of strengthening our port management committees, we've already put it forward as something which we need to be able to do, so that they're able to do better coordination, they're able to bring everybody who is needed or who has an impact in our ports of interest. I'm not going to touch on the issue of internationalization, but it is one of the issues which is affecting us, which is also linked to the issue of litigation. So as such, as and when we speak, we need to also be part of the decisions. Next slide, please, as I conclude. Premier, this is our message, and we are not turning on it. Everybody needs to come in legally in the Republic of South Africa. If you have been afforded 90 days, I certain to say that by day 87, you do go back. That is our message. You are not going back on it. So as such, people need to enter legally. If they're not doing so, they need to be arrested and be charged in terms of section 49(1)(a) of the Immigration Act. Coming back to what we've already touched, to say that people were working under conditions which are very much incorrect and inhumane. It is illegal to hire any person who does not qualify to be hired. It is our message. We are not turning back on it. So for us as South Africans, let us ascertain to say that those who we are hiring, even if it is a domestic worker, let it be the right person. For any person to aid and abet any person to either receive a service or to even accommodate the person, it is illegal. That is our presentation, Premier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commandant. The last presentation for this session, may we request Mr. X. Zuma to take us through the legislative review.
Thank you, Shenge. I'm gonna try, I have my watch here. I'll try and be as quick as possible in terms of what I have to do. So I will try and keep it under 10 minutes. Let me, ngokukhulu ukuyithoba ngibingelele undunankulu uMhlonishwa Mphemba, amakhosi, asendlunkulu nabo bonke abakhona, ngiyabingelela. I'll just request my colleagues to, perhaps if the presentation is there, they can just beam it. Lawyers have issues with technology, so I'll try and use the paper that I have in front of me. In the interest of time, Premier, can I then indicate that based on the instruction and the directive that they've given to us, we did meet, we have engaged in a number of issues, and we have come to a conclusion that perhaps and perhaps before I get there, Premier, I must indicate that I was excited yesterday when I saw a media statement by civic organizations thanking your office and Premier for the progressive efforts that you are putting in place to ensure that these issues are addressed. And I think we really appreciate that. And I think one of the issues that we've proposed is that there must be a total overhaul of our legislation. Perhaps I think the real issue that we must then begin with is what is our problem and how do we solve it? And how quick can we solve the problem? And I think the presentation then will reflect, Premier, that of course we'll deal with the purpose of this presentation, the background, the overview, the review also of the legislations that we're proposing and then the way forward. Perhaps as they move to the next slide, I will obviously, because as I said, lawyers are not really very friendly to this kind of doing things. We have proposed that there would be a number of legislations that must be amended. And one of them, of course, there's a process currently, is the Immigration Act. The second one, of course, juxtaposed with that will be the Refugees Act. But of critical importance, Premier, is the Criminal Procedure Act, because all of these problems will end in our courts and that needs to be adjusted and be dealt with. The other act that we have dealt with is the act that deals with the Road Accident Fund. In particular, we'll deal with that later, Section 17 of that act, which is then linked to the Constitution as well. The other act is the Business Act of 1991. I think those were born just after that. They were, even 2000s are now adults. So that legislation then, of course, is not in keeping with the current trends in terms of how our laws are being dealt with in the country. The Employment Service Act is currently under review, but we have noted certain things in terms of that act, which we believe before Parliament takes a decision to pass and agree that those amendments must then be adopted by Parliament. There are certain things that are still wrong in that act. We obviously then have to deal with the Basic Education Act, and that on a Premier then will link it with the Immigration Act as well, and the challenges that come as a result of the Pagamisa judgment and what we think then should be the best approach. And of course, I had hoped my colleague will deal with their own problems, but because I'm an attorney, the reason why I exist is to deal with people's problems at a cost, of course, is to then deal with the issue of the border management, the BMA Act, in terms of how then they can effectively deal with their issues. And I think in terms of the background, Premier, I think the presentation is quite clear that on the 11th, there was a roundtable discussion And because you have taken this progressive decision to ensure that these issues are addressed, then there was a decision to ensure that there is a team assembled of legal brains to look at what then can be solutions to our problems. Premier, I'm not going to deal with the issue of the review of the question of the white paper as it appears on the presentation, because I think Umaluma has covered that issue already. But before I then deal with the pieces of legislations, that the sections themselves, it would be a disservice from us as the legal team on Premier to say that as much as the problems may be economic, they are legal in nature, but as much as they are legal in nature as well, they are economic in nature. And where does the problem come from? The problem comes from 1834, when, of course, there was an issue of, the abolition as well of slavery, and then the emergence of also the labor laws and so on. The immigration and the movement of people within the country. And I'm not going to deal with that history. I think all of us know what then happened, culminating into what happened in 1890, when then there are labor laws in the country that must be enforced. Then capital may then tend to then go and import what then we call cheap labor. And some of the challenges that we see today could then be presented by the fact that some of our brothers and sisters are not coming here to commit crimes, but they are coming here to seek refuge in terms of employment. But how do we then translate this in terms of our laws to ensure that we're able to prevent it? So yes, indeed, you've got the problems that you have. You've got 133 refugees that you have in your documents. But if you take, for instance, a classical case of the almost 30,000 refugees from one country that are in town, it tells you that when they are said to be undocumented, it means the problem is bigger than that. So you may have the 133, but you may have millions that may enter through other entries that they have in the country without, in fact, then having to, at some point, going to then Home Affairs to then deal with the issues as it were. The first issue, Premier, that we thought maybe we must deal with, obviously, is the question of Section 15 of the Immigration Act, which then deals with one issue that when people come here and they want to do business, they must then be issued with business visas. Then we tie this in with the judgment, the Limpopo judgment that says refugees can then do business. And I think my colleagues have touched into this issue. The real issue that must be looked into here is how this act, this section can work for the country. If you have the judgments that exist currently, the Limpopo judgment, we believe there are two things that can be done here. I'll deal with the other issues that appear on the document itself. But the other issue is that, is this a judgment that has been tested in the Constitutional Court or a judgment in the SCA? If the answer is no, then it means government has room to test this particular judgment in terms of the constitutionality and how then to deal with the issues. Put differently, Premier, if a person applies to be a refugee in the country, they then are given a document in terms of the 22 as they refer to it, then they open a business. But Home Affairs then takes a decision a few months later that they do not qualify to be in the country as refugees. Then they must then be deported after that. Then they say, well, there's this particular judgment. How then to make that correlate? Then it creates a lacuna or a vacuum in law, which must then be fixed in terms of Section 15. But of course, you look at that and juxtapose it with the decision that for someone to open a business in the country must then have at least a minimum of 5 million to start that business. Now, if you look at the sum total of this, then it tells you that these laws, you have a cocktail of laws that are then not going to be effective, and therefore the doctrine of effectiveness becomes an issue here. So one of the things that we're proposing here is, of course, I don't think there's a problem, Premier, with big business, but there's a problem with the, informal economy. If you look at the township economy, for instance, this is where you find the tuck shops and the people who are asylum seekers. So what then becomes a stopgap measure? We propose that the bylaws must be amended. And the bylaws must be amended to give effect to the restoration of the rights of the South African citizens. Whether government decides to do a quota system and say 80% of the township economy is reserved for South Africans, or a total, benefit of the township economy is reserved to for South Africans. We look into that, and I think that is doable. But also, Shenge, there is also a possibility of COGTA as well to assist municipalities to then have a standardized bylaw in respect of this. I know many of my bosses are here. I just saw one, the city of Umhlathuze here. They may say they don't have resources. I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I have a duty to say how they feel. Perhaps if COGTA can then assist, then we're able to mitigate that risk, and then you can reserve the township economy. Once you do that, why would then people who are illegal, who are not qualified to be refugees, then still be loitering in the places where they are found? It becomes easier to then deport them. The second issue, and I think I'm going to try and move quickly now. The second issue is the section 28, which is the withdrawal of the permanent resident of a person. One of the problems here, Premier, is that the systems of our government does not talk to each other. If you look at this section and the other sections I'm going to refer to, including the Criminal Procedure Act, for instance, a person can be declared to be an undesirable person, but nowhere that is registered to say, if you pick up this person as a law enforcement officer, this is an undesirable person, immediately there are no negotiations with that person. That person must then leave the country, or either they start in prison and leave the country. That is something that must be amended to then give effect to that and have a system that talks to each other between justice and the Department of Home Affairs. But coupled with that on a Premier is again the issue I'm referring to, the amendment of the Criminal Procedure Act. I'll make an example, Shane. If a person comes from a country that still applies death penalty, they come here, they are wanted in their country. If we find that they're here illegally, we can't deport them to their country, because if they go there, they'll then be killed. The real question is that what then do we do with those people in terms of our law? And my colleague is there from the NPA, will assist. We have been battling to find it in the Criminal Procedure Act, that if a person comes in that manner, they are undesirable, but instead of taking them back, then we can then process them in our courts and then send them to prison for a sentence that is equal to the sentence that they would have, generally a person in the country would have received, whether it's 25 years or whatever the case may be. So those are some of the issues we're talking to. The other critical issue on Premier, which is Section 39 of the Immigration Act, which deals with the issue of documentation that must be produced for someone to study in the country and then for people to be in the country. We have seen problems in our country where there's a judgment currently, the Pagamisa judgment and the Eastern Cape judgment, that says if a child is in the country illegally, they become an illegal immigrant, right? And the parents, it should follow that they are illegal immigrants. But the court has said you cannot deprive a child a right to access to education. And that comes from the premise that if you go to the Constitution itself, it makes provision for every single child to have access to education. But let's accept that the Immigration Act only talks about a study visa for higher education. It doesn't talk about basic education, which is a problem which must be fixed. But in the meantime, this is the question that we must have as a discussion, as this summit, that if Zuma, who is a foreign national, comes into the country, he's found to be unlawful in the country, you deport Zuma, then what do you do with the child that is of school-going age, who is actually studying currently in a high school or primary school? Because the moment the father or mother is deported, then the child becomes a child that doesn't have parents. In fact, at some point, may even be declared as a stateless person. Now, that must be fixed. But also, is this judgment a judgment that cannot be challenged? Let's accept for one moment that it is a judgment of the Eastern Cape. Whether it's binding to other provinces or not, it's a debate we must have. I hold the view that it is not binding to this division. even if you don't deal that judgment on Premier was saying, but in Addington, here in KwaZulu-Natal, there are about 22 kids who are told who are illegal in the country. They are having education, which is good. Why aren't we taking those cases to court and say, how do we juxtapose the two, deporting the parents and leaving the children here? But in any event, because Home Affairs is here, the colleagues can then be able to say, in terms of those cases, what happened to those children and the parents, so that we're able to then be pragmatic in terms of how we resolve the issue from a legal point of view. So I think then that's where we say there must then be an opinion given by a senior counsel in terms of how we deal with that issue, obviously championed by the Department of Basic Education in the province, so that if we're wrong, then council will say so. Section 33, of course, indeed, thank you, Premier. Section 33 is also another issue that we suggest there must be an amendment of Section 33 juxtaposed with the Police Act. Section 33 gives certain powers to immigration officers to enter a house, search, and arrest. But the same powers are not given to the police. So if you take the police to identify a person to search and then inspect and check, if there is a breach of the immigration laws there, you may be caught wanting. So what we're suggesting, Premier, is that there must be an amendment of the Police Act and the Immigration Act so that the function, the powers of the police are also, the powers of the immigration officers are also given to the police as well, so that they don't have problems when they go to court and then we lose cases. The other issue is Section 41 as well, that we suggest it must be reviewed. It talks about exercising the powers in that section within reasonable grounds. And we say that leaves a gap because it must define exactly what the reasonable grounds are, because the reasonableness test can be defined in different forms. So we're saying that part must then be amended as well so that it gives effect to what we then believe should be. Then again, we propose that Section 44 of the Immigration Act as well should be amended, and the identified gap there is, the ascertaining of statuses of the persons receiving government services is not compulsory. That is one of the problems for me. If you go to the Act, it says every person that gives a service to a particular government officials, you must ensure that you do not aid and abet and give services to the people that are not supposed to be receiving services. But if you don't make it compulsory to ensure that the records are kept, then you would have a problem because you can't then punish an official when it is not compulsory for the records to be kept. So we're saying there is a lacuna there that must then be cured. The other issue is Section 49, which I think my colleague will come, is very strong on this one, Section 49 and 34. And I think it's a debate we must have as well, Premier. And I'm sorry, Sheng, I know I'm taking too much time, but at least the Premier said I can proceed. I'll just take 5 minutes. I'm abusing the podium. If you identify a person as an illegal immigrant and you go to Section 34 and you give a whole range of processes that must be done for a person to be deported, you then run a risk of violating the rights of that person in terms of how then you then detain them, because everyone in the country has a right to their freedom. So when you detain them, you must detain them within a prescribed period of time. So we are saying there must be a review of Section 34 also to give effect, and I think that is the problem the prosecutions are having currently, that the powers and the decisions that must be taken by magistrates vary because, one, there's no precedence in terms of that. But secondly, we must tie in Section 32. If a person is in the country illegally, it says that person must be deported. But if then they go to court, shouldn't we then tie in the law to say it must be a decision of the magistrate to deport without the question of 90 days in prison and so on and so on. So you need to deal with the issues of taking people to custody as opposed to then deporting them immediately. The last issue, I think, so that I don't take much time on a number of issues that are still outstanding, The last issue is the issue of penalties. If you look at Section 8 of the Employment Service Act, it's quite instructive in terms of employers having to ensure that you do not employ a foreign national without satisfying yourself that there is a South African citizen that can do the same job. And in the instances where companies in particular are employing foreign nationals, the new amendments are saying there must be a fine of about 100,000 or 50,000. We are saying that must be amended, and it must talk to the realities of our society. If a domestic worker is employed by someone, that person who employs a domestic worker is an employee, is an employer, sorry. How to then meet a fine of 100,000 to that person and still also use the same fine for a big business that generates a profit of 100 million a month? We are saying that amendment must be taken back. It must then speak to the, a progressive realization of a deterrence. If it's a big business, whether you go to 5 million, whether you go to whatever, because people can then be able to budget for fines, but also talk to the imprisonment appropriately there. So that is what we thought Premier must also be amended. There are quite a number of sections that were also included here, but in the interest of time, I think we will then stop there. But we are also of the view that there must be a discussion about BMA being able to operate inland. You take BMA to give people access to the country. They know when you must go back. They have the electronic system. But when a person stays in the country for 200 days, it must then be immigration officers who must find that person. We are saying there must be a law enforcement stationed at one place, have BMA operating inland, then you can then be able to have them then looking for the people that they brought inside the country. So what we are saying on the Premier is that the sum total of it is that we must amend almost all our legislations. And the last part of it is that if you go to the Constitution, it says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. That is the first discussion that we must have in this particular concept of amendments. What does it mean? What was the intention of the legislature? Does it not then mean that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, who are in the country legally? And if that is the correct interpretation, it must then be amended, that particular part of the Constitution, to give effect to what then the courts must decide later. This problem of Premier will find expression as well in your Road Accident Fund Act, Section 17, which says all persons have a right to claim from the fund. Now, someone who walks from Swaziland today, creates an accident, then they then have to claim and go home. We are saying that may then very well create problems for the state in this shallow public purse that we have, and I think it must be amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Zuma. All the work that has been done will require lawyers to do it, take it further. So I think we must give all our presenters a round of applause. May I then hand over the chair to the HOD for Community Safety and Liaison, who will then facilitate the next session, where we will be now taking the panels to ensure that we get into the interactive session. Thank you very much, HOD Kanyela.
Thank you very much. Cela sibashalela ihlombe elikhulu sibohlala phansi. Thank you very much, Honorable Mbisi Buthelezi, for taking care of us for the first part of this session. I feel humbled that I'm now going to facilitate this next one. I so wish I was going to join my colleagues. But we are now entering the interactive side, and I'm hoping that all of us who have been taking notes, so that when we are opening the space, and I'm hoping the colleagues are projecting the program, so that when we are coming to the time for conversations and discussions, we have all jotted down our notes. I'm going to humbly invite Dr. S. Kwala, our Acting Director General, to join me. And I'm also going to invite His Excellency Mr. Shami, High Commissioner for Bangladesh. Invite Mr. Isaac Matola, Consul General for Mozambique, to join me. And then High Commissioner for Malawi, Her Excellency Ms. Ndau and Dr. Hassan from Pakistan to come and join me. Ngisacela sibashayele ihlombe. I am going to hand over to Dr. Kwala, who will facilitate a panel with a topic saying shared responsibility and international partnerships, diagnostic commitments towards orderly, safe and lawful migration. Perpetual.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu HOD. Ngicela simshayele izandla HOD wethu. Yes, thank you so much. It's been indicated, I'm Sabelo Kwala. Ngicela ukubingelela kakhulu Honorable Premier, Honorable Premier, MECs present, amakhosi, Sendlunkulu onke akhona, all mayors, deputy mayors, speakers, senior government officials, municipal managers, municipal officials, civil society, high commissioners and commissions, diplomatic corps yonke, ngiyabingelela kakhulu. Ngiyabonga ukuthi ngilithole leli thuba. Ipanel yethu ke, it involves getting views of high commissioners, and we've heard the slogans, we have heard the speeches, but it is what KZN is saying and what South Africa is saying. It's therefore important to also understand what are the views of your country towards illegal immigration. And I'm asking this for all our panel members. What are the views of your country towards illegal immigration? What, in short, are the medium to long-term support that you are able to give to your citizens who are in South Africa? What are your country's commitments to ensure lawful migration? And then also, what is your outlook towards KwaZulu-Natal and the current program that we are discussing here today? So, ngamafishane sifuna ukwazi ukuthi lamazwe amikuphi mayelana nabantu bokufika abangekho emthethweni. Siphinde futhi sazi ukuthi izinhlelo zabo zithini mafishane ngokusuka manje kanye nakwi long term. Siphinde futhi sazi ukuthi ama-commitments alamazwe athini in terms of ensuring lawful migration ke masidlula kule period esikuyo manje. Siphinde sazi ukuthi ke ethini outlook yabo mayelana neKwaZulu-Natal kanye nale illegal immigration esibhekene nayo. I would like to therefore hand over to my first panelist, if you can speak from there.
Thank you very much. At the very outset, I recognize the very kind and gracious presence of Honorable Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal province, Mr. Thuli, and all dignitaries present here, because I have to save little time. I individually do not mention all in different categories, and particularly for the Honorable Premier for his very well-crafted speech. Within a very short time, he briefly addressed all the alpha and alpha omega of the very critical issue. Well, I also rejoicefully South African cricket football team, Bafana Bafana, for their very prestigious win. This is actually a sunshine over the African continent. I from my since my very childhood, I noticed that South African teams are being victims of many unjust decisions of the FIFA and in many other fields. But same time, I also have a heartfelt sadness. Because of the very sad event, the natural calamities that struck in far away from here, Venezuela, that claimed more than 100,000 lives. Maybe it will be more. And this is very core to our heart because Bangladesh, my country, very far away from here, becomes often victim of natural calamities. But our resilient people are fighting against all natural calamities, and the government so far is managing well. Well, I'll start my little speech with our comment intervention, just addressing to the my previous speaker here that represented the Home Ministry. That he mentioned it around 20 years time. You country, beautiful country, obviously, a very resourceful country, hosted some 1.2 million people. Now before I coming to this point, mention one thing. Many people do not know that after the independence of Bangladesh, 3 big exodus happened. That mass migration from our neighboring countries, particularly from Myanmar, our bordering countries rather, and only in the 3rd exodus, we hosted 1.2 million people in 1 year, in 2016, and it is the only exodus. And we did not segregate, we did not question whether they are Muslim, from other religion, or what was the purpose. Just we opened our border to save people from the persecution and many disaster and many crises. So and Bangladesh is a very responsible member of the world community. It is a very strong voice in the OIC, UN, and many other international and regional platform. And while we think kindness is a boomerang, while we show a gesture and kindness to other people, we expect the world community also be very kind to us and to many other countries. And South Africa is one of the very responsible members of the international community. Other issue that this is not entirely I could authenticate, but as a diplomat, I will be very sober, obviously, that marriage of convenience. Yes, I remember there is a big Bangladeshi community living here. Oh, I have a short.
Your Excellency, one second. Could I kindly request that we keep the noise level down so that we can hear your responses specifically, because I know the panel we are interested in the question of your country's position specifically.
I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I've convened this summit so that we engage. And people who are here, people who are invited, and they know the importance of the subject. It's important to listen when it's an opportunity to contribute. You contribute not to someone who's sitting next to you, but to all of us. Let us not degenerate the session. Otherwise, we are going to leave having not understood one another with no solutions. So I'm appealing because I'm seeing well-dressed people looking wonderful, beautiful, but they're the ones who are causing this kind of chaos. Her Excellency is addressing a very important, because it's important for us to understand how do they see what we see. That is very important. So I'm appealing that we don't need someone to tell us to lower our voices. Let us listen. Let us not even have conversation. That is my appeal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sumpis. What are your plans? And thank you so much for that background. What are your plans to assist citizens of your country who may be in need of repatriation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I come to the question or the issue very directly. Well, at the very outset, Bangladesh doesn't support any illegal migration. As Bangladesh is one of the strong partner of IOM, and they are doing very hard works to shape the protocols of IOM and for migration and for climate change. So we never say we are the supporter of illegal migrant, but for whatever the reasons, the people migrated here in other countries, this is absolutely within the parameters of the law and protocol and the regulation of the host country, what they would do basically for the illegal migrants. But I believe we will, our High Commission here or Embassy and High Commissioner anywhere, they will work closely with their missionaries and government and missionaries. And for this purpose, when this movement and the crisis emerged in this country, this is not yet a crisis, but many people speculate. And as the Honorable Premier mentioned, there will be no going back to 1981, and that is we are expecting. So hope this torchbearer of the movement, Mr. Dabang and Mrs. Juma, they will be cooperating with the government. So we will be cooperating with the South African government and in different provinces. But we will extend all support to verify the documents of the illegal migrant. But I just in few seconds urge upon the local government and the central government, then there should be no solution of the event overnight. So they should be given, whoever is in the country, for whatever the purpose and how they came to this country, they should be given little more time. It could not be if on 30th June you leave. Maybe there should be a 2 to 5 years plan, so that they gradually can go from the country, whoever is not permitted. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
If
Thank
I
you
get
very
time,
much.
then I will answer other issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give me our round of applause. Thank you so much. Let me move to Mozambique. The question remains, particularly, what are some of the short to long-term support that can be offered to your citizens? Mr. Isaac Matola.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. First, let me say that as a government, Mozambique government doesn't support illegal immigration. In Mozambique, we have illegal immigration too. And then we can't support illegal immigration in other countries. In Mozambique, South Africa is our neighbor country. I'm from Mozambique. Mozambique is bordering to South Africa. And then we don't know what is going in the undocumented people in their mind to come or to go to other countries. That's a big problem. Officially, no problem. People come here legally and go back legally. The issue we are dealing now, it's we have a lot of undocumented Mozambican people. The reason, don't ask me, but we have a lot of here in KwaZulu-Natal, in the around South Africa. At that moment, I speaking here. We are finalizing a list. We are registered all Mozambican. They are here in illegal around of South Africa, and we'll send the lists at our High Commission in Pretoria today, and tomorrow. It's a short term. And tomorrow, Pretoria, they'll send all at DIRCO. Yeah, and after that, maybe both authorities will decide. They decide to bring buses to take them, go back to Mozambique.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are dealing with this issue.
Thank you.
And the medium term and long term, we have to work together. We have to work together to find a solution to avoid the Mozambican people come here without proper documentation, because I think that they thought in their mind, think that can come here to find jobs or other things, but the jobs doesn't waiting for them. It's a problem. Then we'll find a solution together to avoid these things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give him our round of applause. I'm the one who messed it up. My apologies. Thank you. Let
I
us,
apologize. I speak Portuguese, and I don't know if
no, for the sake of time, thank you for those commitments. I do want to also check with my other panelist, Akhtar Hussain. The question remains the same, especially in relation to the support we can expect for citizens of your country who are here illegally.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity from the Pakistan Republic of Honorable Premier, Master Program Ceremony. Pakistan is committed to make a good relation and bring the relation up. If anyone undocumented Pakistani, please inform us. I don't think is there any undocumented Pakistani living in South Africa. And if there is undocumented, our High Commission is open to work with you and send them back to Pakistan. And in a short term, we need to work with the Department of Home Affairs, Department of Justice, Border Management, and we make sure we can develop those strategy and relation, and slowly those who are illegal immigrant, we will take them back. So the other issue I like to congratulate Bafana last night won this football match. That soccer ball was manufactured in Pakistan, so we are proud of it.
Thank you so much. I think...
and the relationship going forward in the long term, we want to invest, we want to make our economic investment in South Africa from the cotton industry and the garment industries, scientific surgical instruments. There are many products which we can bring here. We can bring our technology, IT, make this investment and bilateral training from each other country, even in the health system.
Thank you so much. And that is the kind of bilateral relations which are mutually beneficial that DECO always speaks about. Thank you so much. Could I move to our representative from the country of Malawi, His Excellency Oh, my apologies, it's an official. Um, May I request that the official from Malawi, you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. I'm sitting in on behalf of the High Commissioner for Malawi, Her Excellency, Stella Ndau. The time that we are coming on the podium, she was outside, she was called by the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs because we were supposed to have a meeting, virtual meeting with DEPO. So I had to step in. She's just taken her seat, but we didn't want to have some disruptions. My name is Max Biwi. I'm the Consul General for Malawi based in Johannesburg. I guess everyone is eager to listen to Malawi because you've seen the numbers that we are sending back to Malawi in the repatriation program. Let me recognize the Premier that has given us all the support during the last week up until now. The position for Malawi is that we need to provide for our nationals in country, in Malawi. But before I get there, I would want us to appreciate where we are coming from, where we were, where we are, and where we are going. Firstly, we do process the passports for our nationals who want to travel abroad. And we have, Malawi is a very small country, but we have 5 processing centers. In South Africa, you could apply for a passport even through a bank. I've noticed that having been in here for the past 4 years. So we do the same to make sure that whosoever applies for a passport and they intend to travel abroad, they should have a passport because you can't travel abroad without one. Number 2, there are 2 factors that are affecting quite a number of countries, but I'm going to speak for Malawi. Number 1 is economic factors. Number 2, climate change factors that are making people move to other countries. But our nationals, when they're coming to South Africa, their first intention is to visit. And as the area speaker put it, that most of these people that travel into South Africa, they have right documents when they are approaching the port of entry. So we take it that when our nationals come into South Africa, they have valid passports. Their intention firstly is to do trading, to buy goods from South Africa and go and sell in Malawi. Those of you that are coming from Johannesburg, if you go to Johannesburg CBD, where those shops are, and you walk in there, you'll find that in every shop at any given point in time, the one who is on the counter buying is a Malawian. Because if you go to Malawi, almost more than 50% of the products that you find in our shops are coming from South Africa. And we've got South African chain stores in Malawi that are selling almost 90% of the products in their shops are coming from South Africa. Now, let me take you backwards so that you can have a clear picture of what Malawi was, what Malawi is, and where Malawi is going. Pre-1994, we also democratized in 1994 at the same time South Africa was democratizing. Pre-1994, post-1994, our economy was very strong. I can tell you that in Malawi, unlike some countries, we were assembling cars, we were assembling tankers, we were assembling buses that were selling in the region, including some operators from South Africa were buying buses from Malawi. This information people don't have. And we had a very strong textile industry in Malawi. One company alone in Malawi was employing about 6,000 people, working 3 shifts, 8-hour shifts. It was producing 24 hours a day. And we were not importing textile. School uniforms, were doing them in Malawi. Local governments were doing them in Malawi. And we were exporting shirts like the one that I'm putting on. That time it was called Robin Bridge. We're exporting the shirts to the US, and it was export quality shirts that sometimes sometimes even our government delegation, when they traveled abroad, said for the UN, the UNGA in New York or Washington, you go to H&M, you go to Harris, a shop, you buy a shirt, they would only discover when they are back in Malawi to see that that shirt was made in Malawi. That's how strong we were. We were actually producing, we had the fruit cannery, everything we're doing in Malawi. We had shoe factories like Bata Shoe Company. We're doing it in Malawi. The list is endless. So at that point, there was no reason for anyone to try to migrate to any other countries for other opportunities. If anything, we had a structured or a formal agreement with South Africa through what used to be called TEBA, T-E-B-A, which stands for the Employment Bureau for Africa. We had Malawians that were coming to South Africa to work in the mines through an organized structure. And that's why we have a lot of Malawian names in South Africa, the Pilis, the Bandas, the Zovus. It's because of those men, because it was only men who are coming to South Africa to work. Now, where are we? Just like many countries globally, we are also going through difficult economic challenges, including climatic challenges. Now, I'm not going to the issue of the people that we found in Durban, that even the government of South Africa is trying to help us to repatriate them back home. As the High Commissioner who is seated there, and myself as the Consul General, we know that there are people that come into South Africa, but our understanding, our knowledge was that these people are coming in to buy goods and take them back to Malawi. We did not know that we had such huge numbers that have settled into the communities or that are actually working around Durban area. Because we are documenting these people when they are returning back to Malawi, we are now getting a picture as to where exactly in Malawi are these people coming from. If I tell you, more than 90% of the people that are at drive-in center, whom we are repatriating, they are coming from just maybe 2 districts in Malawi, and these are lakeshore districts. Historically, the lakeshore districts had people who were very good in business, and their business was fishing. When Lake Malawi had abundant population of fish. With climate change, the population of fish has gone down. We didn't know that these people, because they can't get fish, they are now moving out, and we think that they are going out to buy goods and go back, but they are now staying. The other thing that we've observed, which we are constantly now engaging on a daily basis, the High Commissioner is engaging with our authorities back home, is that these people who are coming from this specific region in Malawi, who were engaged in fishing, and that region is predominantly a Muslim area. If you look at Durban in particular, it is predominantly a Muslim area, especially for the South Africans of Asian origin. We've seen that those people are coming to Durban because they could easily mix with these business people, be it those that are running factories or even the sugar plantations. That's the reason. Now, let me go to the question. What is it that Malawi is doing to make sure that we reverse this trend? As a country, at the moment, we are implementing what we are calling the ATM strategy, which is agriculture, tourism, and mining. You should know that agriculture, tourism, these 3 sectors, these are labor-intensive sectors, and we are revamping them. Agriculture, we are now embarking on doing mega farms so that we go into a structured production. Tourism, we are here every year for the tourism in Durban, and we interacted with the Premier, with the Minister of Tourism, and everyone. We are now expanding our tourism sector. But the biggest catch is now on mining. we have not been into mining all the years because we didn't know what we are sitting on as a country. We've been assisted by other foreign countries, including France, and we now have discovered huge resources under our country. The biggest of which is rutile. Rutile is a rare earth mineral which is used in production of titanium, paints, and etc. We have some gold deposits, and we have a lot of rare earth minerals. For us to develop mining, we also need some assistance and partnerships with countries that have been very good in mining, including South Africa and Botswana. And we know that these sectors are labor intensive. We will be able to absorb most of our nationals who are migrating for economic or climatic reasons. So we know that the future is bright for us as a country. And with the support from our neighboring countries, especially those that are good in those sectors, we know that we are going to be a shining star in no time, and probably the migration will now reverse from other countries into Malawi, because wherever there is activity, that's where traffic goes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my panel members, and due to time, we will not have a second round to discuss, but thank you for the commitments you have made and the frankness with which you have addressed the issues, and especially also for congratulating us on the soccer. I'm Sabelo Kuala. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our Acting Director General, Dr. Kwala. We want to thank His Excellencies Shotengohe. I think we learned a lot. We learned a lot, and we are growing through this process, and we're appreciating that we are in this platform. What we are going to do, we are going to take the second panel, and then thereafter, we are going to spend time in discussions from all the presentations, the first panel and then the second panel. As I had requested earlier on, that I'm going to request that we jot down comments that we want to make. I'm going to invite Dr. Maud Donda, who is Special Advisor to Honorable Premier, and will be moderating panel number 2, which is a panel on the business sector. Together with her, I'm going to invite Mr. K. Mchali, Deputy Chairperson of NAFCOC, to join. And Mr. M. Tembe, Chairperson of KZN Growth Coalition. Mr. PJ Manele, Secretary of KZN Santaco. And then Mr. K. van der Merwe. Oh, ungeneka ngale. Let's use that side. Thank you. Angazi makuthiwa injury on duty in makuyi stakeholder. And then we'll have Mr. K. van der Merwe from Road Freight Association. Can you please join us on stage? Manchinga, Babu Tembe, Mr. Manele, and van der Merwe. Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Donda.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Premier. Good afternoon to the MESs. Amakosi asendlunkulu ngiyatsobeka. To the mayors in the House, to the acting DG and all the government officials. And allow me to also greet the representatives from the different embassies. And I would like to write on the protocol that has been established, Sanbonani. My name is Buhle Mod Donda, and I am the special advisor to the Premier. And then we are having a panel discussion that is focusing on business sector, the role of the business sector in promoting lawful migration and combating illicit trade, implications for economic growth, investment, fair competition, and employment. My panelists have been introduced. So what I will actually do is I will pose a question for each panelist. And then for the second round, I will pose a common question for all the panelists. So before we actually engage, just allow me to begin with two timeless reflections. One is from a novel, The Great Gatsby, and one of the speakers his name is Nick Carey, and he recalls the advice that his father gave him at some point. And the advice was, Nick, whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. It is a reminder that before we judge, we should first seek to understand. Yet understanding must also lead to responsibility. As President John F. Kennedy famously challenged us and said, ask not what your country can do for you, rather ask what you can do for your country. These two thoughts frame today's discussions perfectly. Business understands the realities of investment, competitiveness, and economic growth. While on the other hand, communities understand the realities of unemployment, poverty, and unequal opportunities. Neither perspective can be ignored. Our challenge is to find solutions that protect the rule of law while expanding opportunities for everyone. So this panel therefore invites us to move beyond identifying problems and towards practical commitments that promote lawful migration, combat illicit trade, strengthen fair competition, and contribute to an economy that works for business, workers, and communities alike. With that, let us hear from our distinguished panel. So my first question goes to Mr. P. Ngema from NAFCOC. NAFCOC represents many small, medium, and township businesses that compete in challenging economic conditions. From your perspective, what impact has migration had on local entrepreneurship, economic opportunities, and fair competition? And what measures are required to better support South African-owned businesses while remaining compliant with the laws of the country?
Thank you. I would like to greet our Honorable Premier, esteemed members of the diplomats, fellow panelists, and distinguished guests. Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Siphethe ke indaba ethi ongangeni ngesango uyafohla. What normally happened for the businesses, this issue is fundamental about fair competition. We welcome all who contribute to our economy legally and create jobs. However, we must be honest about the reality in our township and cities. undocumented migration and illicit trade that are often accompanies, it creates an uneven playing field. Businesses operating within the law cannot compete with informal operators who evade taxes, ignore municipality bylaws, and circumvent labor regulations. These undermine local businesses because this is like lifeblood of our communities and cripples the revenue base needed for municipalities to provide essential services. So we are saying as NAFCOC, immigration that are illegal, they affect our township economy big time. Because you find the person that has got a tech shop cannot compete with another person who's a foreigner who's got a tech shop, because that person is not buying from where this person is buying. He's buying somewhere else. And we've just discovered recently that most of the things they are just making is not the original. If his Coke is not the original Coke. So therefore, that will affect our economy, our township economy. Then we then come back saying our black people or South African people, they cannot run businesses because they are competing with somebody that they are not buying from the same wholesale shop. That person will find that he will buy from the wholesale shop from the information that we've got, where you find that probably if he's buying Coke, will only buy 5 Cokes for them to have slips. But to find that the majority of Coke is not the original from the Coke. So we as NAFCOC, we said we will be working together with the police, municipalities, to make sure that each and every township shop or whatever is being registered in such a way that we have a mechanism where we'll be able to monitor of what is going on from now going forward, to make sure that our people, they don't suffer in the market. Thank you.
We're glad that NAFCOC has offered a solution in their deliberation. Question number 2 will go to Mr. Titeme for KZN Growth Coalition. Economic growth depends on investor confidence, policy certainty, and a stable operating environment. How does lawful migration management contribute to attracting investment and creating sustainable employment? And what role should business play in supporting government's efforts? Thank you.
Ngiyabonga mphathi wohlelo. Ngicela ukunibingelela nonke ngenhlonipho enifaneleyo nangokuzithoba. Allow me to begin by commending Premier Ntuli Godide and the government of KwaZulu-Natal for convening this summit. As chairperson of KZN Growth Coalition, I am pleased to reaffirm the coalition's full support for this initiative. In the interest of time, I wish it was possible for me to respond to this question without outlining the context. As business, we believe that the challenges associated with undocumented migration cannot be separated from the broader economic realities facing our country. South Africa continues to face unacceptable high levels of unemployment. Poverty and inequality remain significant challenges facing our province and the country. These realities place pressure on communities and contribute to many of the tensions we see today. Economic growth must therefore remain at the center of our national conversation, Mr. Premier. There is no sustainable solution to unemployment without growing the economy. We need investment, we need entrepreneurship, we need thriving small business. We need industries that create jobs and opportunities for our people. As Growth Coalition, working in partnership with KZN government, we've put so much energy in ensuring investment flows into our province. I can assure you that this province is the fastest growing province, and in 3 to 5 years, it will become the greatest province #1 in South Africa. There are many reasons, if time allowed, that I would give to you to demonstrate the amount of investment, the amount of energy we've put into our province. So when we say that we are going to be the economic hub of South Africa, we are not talking about projects which are a pipe dream. We're talking about projects that are already underway. Let me also talk about, or maybe go straight into the issue which has brought us together this morning. As business, we believe that every sovereign nation has the right and the responsibility to manage its borders effectively and to ensure that those who live and work within its borders do so lawfully. This is not about hostility towards anyone. It is about ensuring that the rule of law is respected and that our institutions function effectively. The rule of law protects citizens, businesses, investors, and legal migrants alike. It creates certainty, it creates stability, both of which are essential for economic growth. KwaZulu-Natal occupies a unique position within South Africa and the region. As home to Africa's busiest port and one of the country's most important economic hubs, our province is deeply connected to the movement of people, goods, and services across borders. This places a special responsibility on us to lead these conversations with balance, maturity, and a focus on practical solutions. We must also recognize that South Africa's future is linked to that of the continent. The dream of regional economic integration, especially in the human capital space, presents significant opportunities for growth and development. However, successful integration requires effective systems, clear policies, and respect for the laws that govern the movement of people and labor. Integration requires the respect for the rule of law, and that is why everyone entering and residing in this country should do so legally and be traceable through documentation and a residential address. An uncomfortable truth that we must confront is that the problem of undocumented labor cannot be discussed honestly without addressing the role of certain employers and businesses who knowingly employ undocumented individuals. Unscrupulous employers who break labor laws, undermine fair competition, exploit vulnerable people, and contribute to the very tensions we seek to resolve. Responsible businesses must comply with the law, should not disadvantage those who choose to ignore it for financial gain. The business community, therefore, has a responsibility to be part of the solution. In conclusion, we must reflect on the culture of non-compliance with the law in our country, non-compliance with the values and norms that are acceptable to society. One of the most difficult things to deal with, a Premier, is the culture. Once a bad culture has been entrenched into the community, it becomes pandemic and very difficult to uproot. So we are really calling upon all organs of society, calling upon on all social partners in government, business, labor, and civil society to work together to uphold the laws governing the labor, to uphold the laws governing our country if this problem of migration and immigration has to be resolved sustainably. Thank you very much for giving me your ear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tembe. All what I heard is compliance with the law, and again, highly contextualized thoughts that are specific for our environment that actually points us to the future. Thank you. Question number 3 will go to Mr. PJ Mangele, who, the National Secretary of Santaco. So the transport sector is often the first to experience the practical realities of migration within communities. From the perspectives of the taxi industry, what are the key migration-related challenges affecting public transport, local economic participation, and community safety? And how can these be addressed collaboratively?
Ngiyabonga. Angibingelele kuNdonamkhulu. Nobuholi bonke nje obukhona. Mina ke ngiumuntu nje phaqa. Ngizalwa noMahepheni lapha empembeni kwaHlabisa. NgingwakwaManqa lesibongo. In relation to your ngifisa ukurelate kwi-statement esireleaswe iwomkhulu lethu Santaco uzwelonke, but kuleso statement bebe relate kwi-issue yamhla ka-30, which I thought also we came here worried about. Not undermining the ideas behind this gathering as we are sitting here today. But the challenges that we do have with the undocumented immigration is that one, as the taxi industry, we are using vehicles, we're transporting people, we don't check abantu esibalayishayo ukuthi baphethe ini. That doesn't reside with our authority. The police and the enforcement agencies entitled to do that are the ones that are entrusted to do that. We don't go to the area of responsibility where we are not responsible for. And I must congratulate whoever thought of this gathering that we need to brainstorm and see how better we can do things for our country, how better can we monitor the illegal immigration into our country. As I was sitting here, down there in the audience, I was thinking of the boundaries in this, our boundaries. And Premier, I thought of the area, our nearest boundary, that is Swaziland and South Africa. When you travel from Upongolo to Piet and you look at the people that stay there, you may think that one is a South African, yet that one belongs to Swaziland. And you ask yourself, how on earth is it possible that these people may not crisscross and be part of us, undocumented? But as I said earlier, Santaco as a transporting mechanism of everything. If I say everything, I mean people with their goods and that. We don't check. I would encourage that the enforcement agencies do make sure that the people that come to our country and those that leave our country do so legally, and they've got things that are permitted to get into our country and things that are not that are permitted to exit our country, as it does happen in the airports. I do travel a lot. In the airport, I don't remember the pilot checking me, but there are enforcement agencies that do check my authenticity when I do come in or exit the country. That is the solution I can give to us all worried about illegal immigration. And as I said, Santaco has spoken a mouthful. We said, as worried about the 30th. Oh, before I go to that, I've forgotten to congratulate some people that I thought have been spearheading this. Umangobese, Nomfwetu Undabandab. I was also assigned to get their contact details because their role in this has been immense, and we do encourage them. We may not be part of the marches that they've organized, but make no mistake, we are supportive of the idea that they've brought forward, that we need to stand up and stand for our country and stand for that which we think is correct for our country. How does this affect us? Premier, as I'm sitting here, I was in 1976, I was in a primary school. I was doing standard 5. Today, or during that time, I had a teacher that had in our time what we called Form 3. That teacher was a PPT and that person could teach. It never crossed my mind that I would have a child, Premier, that has graduated from university, my child, and could stay for the entire year without getting a job. And to date, that young boy is doing the third year in a semi-degree, a semi-similar degree to the one he did before, the one that is completed. He was a planner. To date, he is a civil engineer. I never thought of such, but South Africa has run short of job opportunities. If you ask yourself why, it's through this illegal immigration. And it has been loudly said that they have been hired for less than deserved earnings. That's what's happening. We cannot hide behind anything. That does happen. But transport-wise, we are supportive of the initiative, but we cannot distance ourselves from the initiators of this movement. Thank you, Mangubane. Mangobese, sorry. Thank you, Babunda Bandaba. Thank you so much. The whole country must hold you high on that. That's all I've been assigned to present here on behalf of Santaco. Santaco KZN is always compliant to the rules and laws of the country, and we support any compliance to the laws of our country, and we'll always distance ourselves from whatever practice that is not compliant to the rules of our land. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Maneli. You have emphasized how important is law enforcement and compliance from the communities of South Africa. Thank you so much. Mr. K. van der Merwe, road freight sector. The freight and logistic industry plays a critical role in regional trade and border management. What impact do undocumented migration and illicit trade have on the road freight industry? And what practical measures will strengthen border management, supply chain integrity, and fair competition? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'd like to say good morning to everybody, including the Premier, who so graciously invited the Road Freight Association to take part in this panel. The association is currently just over 50 years old, established by transport operators, employers within the sector, with the explicit purpose of looking after the sector's interests, ensuring that we have a mouthpiece to participate when it comes to structures such as provincial and specifically national government. On a positive note, as a sector, being the land-based transport, specifically of road freight, we are poised for a massive surge in road freight in South Africa by 2030. In terms of the National Department of Transport's own strategic plan, 2025-2030, their research has indicated that we're going to see average growth of 6% in the freight sector per year over the next 5 years. And I can already see it. Yes, we are improving things like rail freight, but it still means that we're going to see a move from 1.4 billion tons of road freight, land-based freight, to 1.8 billion tons. Most of that is going to be on road, about 1.15 billion tons. That means road freight will escalate by roughly 24% over the next 5 years. All right, that's a very positive thing. However, when you put it against the context of a road freight industry that is struggling, we have return on investment currently of around 3 to 5% for most operating businesses. Now, bear in mind, it's a legal requirement for operators to belong to the so-called National Bargaining Council for the Road Freight and Logistics Industry. There's a stupendous amount of legislation impacting the industry. There's a lot of outside organizations that are not actively compliant, that like to tell the story that there's not enough regulation. There's plenty of regulation. The biggest problem we've got is where companies do not belong to the bargaining council, and unlike the road freight industry that forms part of the bargaining council, do not pursue compliance. And compliance extends way beyond all the various legislations like cross-border legislation, road traffic legislation, but also goes to immigration legislation and the employment of illegal foreign nationals within the sector. A company that is not registered with the bargaining council is not inspected, it's not controlled, and as such, they are free to employ anybody they please. And if I can employ an illegal foreign national and take advantage of him to the extent where I pay him 1/3 of the industry minimum prescribed salaries, it's a problem. It's a problem for the formalized, compliant industry participants, and it creates massive problems with competitiveness to the extent where a lot of operators say, well, you know what, with this mountain of good legislation only being applicable to my company, because I'm at the bargaining council, I am compliant with legislation, I'm now complying myself out of business. And I've heard this time and time again from members of the association. And it is shocking that, and I heard what NAFCOC was saying earlier, and he's 100% correct. If I don't have the same structures and compliance requirements, and I can underpay an illegal foreigner and avoid all of the costs of compliance, I can thrive in South Africa. I can really thrive in South Africa. But also, by the same token, the money is not being spent in South Africa that's generated in South Africa. It's going back to where the foreign national generally came from. So it's not going back into the economy locally. And that is the secondary economy that supports operators. Now, it's all good and well to say, well, okay, the operators are making lots of money, which they're generally not making. The fact of the matter is that until such time as there's a level playing field where all people and participants within the sector are bound by the same laws, we're going to continue to have a problem with good businesses going out of business because they cannot compete when there are, I think, businesses, I don't know how to describe them best, but let's say they're in the illicit businesses that are really just taking advantage of a system. We find that Department of Labor, for example, will visit a bargaining council member because they know where his business is, and they will go and inspect him 2 or 3 times during the year and grill him thoroughly. But the illicit business, you can report it as much as you want. They will not get a visit from the Department of Labor. So we've got great legislation, but until the legislation is properly applied, we're going to have problems. I was blessed 2 years ago. I was still serving on the board of the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency and had the opportunity during my tenure there to visit our borders. Now, I'm grateful that there is a border management authority, but the border management authority needs technological support. So, Premier, I heard what the BMA said this morning. Thank you very much. The technological help does help because our borders are terribly porous. And what that means is that for every 2 or 3 persons that pass through the actual border post, if you look 400 meters long away from the border, you see people crossing in droves without bothering to cross the border at the border crossing. And there isn't the manpower to stop them. And once an illegal immigrant is in the country, because that's what we're talking about here, it's about immigration for economic reasons 9 times out of 10. Once you're in the country, it's very difficult to find you. And these people know it. And unfortunately, it deprives South African citizens from the opportunity to get employment. And employment that pays correctly according to prescribed agreements, not a third of what you should be earning, and then you work like a slave. I just this morning had a question from a member where a Botswana registered vehicle driven by a South African driver was stopped. And the Botswanans were saying, but wait a second, we've got a problem with this. How can a South African driver drive a Botswana registered and licensed vehicle? And it's a fair question, because that's part of it goes to work visas and all the immigration related issues around that. And we need to ensure that the same applies here, that South African trucks that are registered and licensed in South Africa have South African drivers. And yes, I've heard the argument surrounding the fact that we do inter-Africa transportation through to wherever, whether it be Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi. The fact of the matter is we've got to ensure that we train our South African drivers to handle those conditions. I don't want to hear a situation that South African drivers are not prepared to drive into Africa. That's not acceptable. And it needs to be interrogated more thoroughly, that particular statement. How it further impacts the sector is at border posts. Now we're looking for illicit transporters and we're looking for illegal immigrants. It slows things down at the border posts. We try to do pre-clearing to ensure that the commodities move quickly through our borders, but that is being hampered. Sometimes trucks stand for days at the border post just to prevent illicit trade and illegal immigration from taking place. So I understand that, we've got these wonderful border posts, and some of them are really fantastic, new, ultra-modern, really large. But the fact of the matter is you can have that system there for those that are compliant, and right next to it, you've got people crossing open ground. So it doesn't serve any purpose. We really need to get our act together. BMA needs support. BMA needs to actually grow, because that will help contribute to ensuring that South Africans get employment within South Africa first and foremost.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator.
Yes. Can we give them a big round of applause? Ngicela sishaye ihlombe elikhulu kakhulu zimnandi lezi ndaba zisinikeza ithemba. Let me thank Dr. Donda for facilitating and all the panelists. Can I request you to remain seated here, because I'm now opening it up to the floor or to the plenary. If you've got any comments or questions, I think I will take up all. Can I have maybe maximum it's 5? Should say 6 ama questions or comments that you want to make. I'm noting I'm noting and I'm noting number 2 and number 3 this side, 4 and number 5. Uzocela sigcine ngawe Mhlonishwa Ndunankulu. Okay, Honorable Premier will be the first one. Can I please request the team that is supporting with the roving mic? The first one will be with the Honorable Premier. The questions will also be to the embassies. So if there is a question to yourself, just make a note, His Excellencies, and then the panelists decide. Over to you, Honorable Premier.
No, thank you very much, Prime Director. I'm part of everyone here, so I'm not exceptional. No, I just have one question. What can be the role of business in investing to the solution, owing to the gaps which we are acknowledging and which are also that were presented? For an example, BMA is saying they don't have enough resources to have enough technology. How can business then come in to support by investing to the resources? what could be the requirement for business that you'll say we can only invest when it's like this?
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Ngizocela umfowethu ngale, if you, ngicela nizeshe igama nesibongo, probably if you have the association or institution you are representing, so that this is a record kahle. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ngiyabingelela, Premier. Zongo, umfundisi. No, kubili nje okwami. One, nginento ethi kusho ukuthi kufanele kwakhiwe inhlaka eziqondile ngoba kusho ukuthi masingena kwi-democracy asinakanga ukuthi i-democracy yethu sizoyiphatha kanjani. So iqala ke emuva uhlehle nawe yaphambili. Masingasho siqale phansi so-establisha nje inhlaka zezokuphepha. Ngisho kanjani lokhu ngoba masingena kule summit kakhulukazi i-discussion yethu is around kwindawo ezima-township kodwa thina siqhamuke endaweni semakhaya zamakhosi. We-big challenge enye khona Ndunankulu ile yokuntshontshwa kwenkomo kuzoqabuka izinto izimpi zegodi kuzosuka kona. So we try ukuthi nayo sikwazi ukuyimanage ngoba thina abantu abamnyama lona business lethu ekuyilona esifundisa ngalingane. So masingasho si-stabilize kahle inhlaka kahle kulona ngoba masingakwenzi lokho kuzokwenza ukuthi umsebenzi wethu ubonakale njalo sengathi kunezinto ezingakwazi ukwenzeka. So ngiyasibonga kakhulu ku-opportunity ukuthi sihlale kule summit sibe ingxenye nje kahulumeni waKwaZulu Natal. Siyakubonga lokho Mphemba kakhulu ukuthi KwaZulu Natal sesibe ingxenye, sibonga kakhulu.
Socela ubaba ngathi umfundisi uMboyazi. uBishop Mboyazi.
Angibingelele ekundunankulu. Ngibonge ngwane ithuba. Okwami kuzoba kufushane nje ngiqonde lapha ya kuNAFCOC. Angithi mina njoba ngisebenza kwi-spiritual crime prevention ngisebenza nabantu abancane, and I've been saying to them lento isithi thina mabahambe, we should see ama gaps okufuna valwe uma sithi mabahambe. Kunama spaza shops amanye are not operating now ngefear yokuthi laba bebe occupy bayahamba. Now my question is, what is NAFCOC prepared to do in order to assist these people abasemalokishini ondawo zabo besetshenziswa abafowethu labangaphandle? How are you going to come in to assist them? Because we're encouraging them, they must group themselves. Not to go to umuntu ameyedwa. Ngoba yilento esishayayo. Nale issue ye bulk buying. That is very important ukuthi yenziwe. Msholozi, angazi umsekhona, Msholozi, I heard you talk addressing the issue Border Management Authority. Ukuthi they must come in the country and work inside. But what about that authority be given to SAPS? Ukuthi idile yona nengaphakathi bona badile nama borders. Can we bring those laws together? Zikhuluma into eyodwa, give more to SAPS to deal ngama issues angaphakathi bona bahlala ku border. Thank you very much.
I think there was another hand this side. Oh, yebo. Yebo mfethu.
Angithokoze program director ngiyofisa ukuthi ngikhuleke kumhlonishwa uNdunankulu ubaba uGodide ngokuhlelela lesithangami esezingeni eliphezulu kangaka. Kubili ke Dadewethu engifisa ukuthi ngikuphakamise la ngokuthi ngikuthemba ngixolani ngowazikhali. Ngiwusihlalo wesigungu sokuphepha esifundeni saseMkhanyakude okuyi district la eSouth Africa okuyiyona vulnerable ngokuthi ishare ama borders between.
Bengifuna, yes. Siyabonga Ngwane. Sicela ukuzwa umbuzo.
Oh yes, cha kubili nje dadewethu futhi ngene kona. Ngiconcern mina uma ngizwe lana iflow ithi ufana kuningi ofana kwenziwe kushintshwe nemithetho na yonke into kodwa manje njengomuntu oyi-activist ey'ntweni zokuphepha komphakathi mina nginezinto ey'mbili engicela ukuthi silekelelane kuzona. One, into yale immigration act indlela abantu abangena ngayo sizobakhipha abantu but if into yama borders isenjengoba thina siyibona eMkhanyakude eMozambique naseSwaziland will also sit with the same problem. So mina bengicela ukuthi kube uqiniswa ama measures entweni yokungena kwabantu nokuphuma kwabantu bese kuthi ukugcina engifuna ukuthi ngikusho okuyihlazo dadewethu engicela ukuthi sikuthathe serious. Lento le yama refugees kukhona iloophole ufana siyi-address bafowethu. Kunabantu abaningi la who are walking around with the asylum seeker permits. And lento ngoku-understanda kwami okuncane ukuthi kuthiwa kuyi-temporal permit esuke ilinde ukuthi umuntu ku-verify ukuthi ukuba khona kwakhe lapha uhlukumezeke ngempela yini impilo yakhe isengozini ukuthi abelana. Kodwa manje uthola abantu they are walking around with these asylum seeker permits which are the temporal documents banemizi bayadayisa benza yonke into. So mina nginenkinga. I-question yami ithi enye yama permits mawafunda if you umuntu uyadadisha uyasebenza enihlala nabe emahlathini abafundi indawo uyithola kanjani le permit ungaverifyanga ukuthi ikhona yini institution acceptile ukuthi azofunda eSouth Africa ukwenzeka kanjani because ivuza lapha kulomuntu okuthiwa i-refugee status determination officer who should be verifying into yokuthi application yakhe ukuthathola i-document isemthethweni ngempela yini.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Ilapho lezi zinto ezimbili ziwukhiye futhi singanisho sayiziba zisidalela inkinga ngithokoza kakhulu.
Siyabonga Ngwane. Thank you very much and umfethu lapha emuva.
Thank you very much.
Abantu besifazane ngibona bethule njalo ningathiwa nancitshwe ithuba.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Edwin Mkize from COSATU, the labor movement. Firstly, maybe I must say that it's good that we had representatives from our neighboring countries. But there is a challenge that maybe we want to raise, which we are noting with a serious concern, that there is a distortion that South African are gruesome people, people that are violent, it's people that do not want other people. Maybe a question here is that how maybe the embassies and ambassadors from neighboring countries are going to assist in actually properly contextualizing the narrative that South Africans are xenophobic. Because our understanding is that there is a genuine issue here that is being raised. The genuine issue that is being raised is that the concern, the majority of people of South Africa that are raising as a concern is that everybody that is in the country must be known. It must be someone that is legit. It's someone that has documents to be in the country. And that narration has not been actually clarified in other countries or in our neighboring countries. It has been put in a way, it has been portrayed in a way that perpetuates hatred against South Africans.
Thank you, Kabaza.
So that's one issue that we want to raise. But the other issue that you want to raise, maybe from the employers, the employers in South Africa, they've been promoting the issue of undocumented foreigners. And the employers are mischievous because of trying to duck the labor costs. They want cheap labor. They end up promoting this thing. What is it that really employers have concretely to address this challenge that you are facing? Those are some of the issues, but as COSATU, we are actually doing a submission, a concrete submission that we are going to hand over to the authorities from here to say what are the areas that we have identified that really we need to deal with, around 11 areas when we want to deal with this issue in a way that is very much balanced, Program Director. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kabazela. The last plenary is Mr. Ndabandaba. This side.
Siyabonga mqondisi wohlelo, siyabingelela kuzo zonke ikhulu endlini. Ngicela ukubuza umbuzo lapha kuma high commissioners, especially yase Zimbabwe. Sorry, not yase Zimbabwe, yase Mozambique. Ukuthi angathini ngeyimoto zase South Africa ephelela eMozambique. And kuleyo process yok hijack kweyimoto zabantu base South Africa, abantu base South Africa are abducted and sometimes killed. Now they have a new strategy. La bafike bethathe khona zonke izingane nomama nobaba. Bahambe nabo baze beyongena nabe Mozambique. Bafike bebashiye ehlathini mabengababulala kokuqala. Okwesibili Pakistan, Bangladesh. I would like to know, as high commissioners and ambassadors, that a lot of illegal immigrants, your illegal immigrants from your countries are here in the country, and some are legal. But we find illegal immigrants defending the wrongs that are done by illegal immigrants. What are you doing about that? Ubaba umhlonishwa umkhaya wami Samthakho umbuzo ogcina. Mkhaya ayimboni yamatekisi njoba ithi ayingeni kulezi zinto zabantu bokufika futhi ayibuki yona ukuthi umuntu ngokufika noma uqhamukaphi, iqiniso lelo siyavuma. Sicela ukwazi ukuthi iSantakho inalo nolwazi lokuthi ama drug traffickers amaningi njengamanje asembonini yamatekisi bayazi futhi ukuthi i-human trafficking yenzeka embonini yamatekisi. Uma uya koManguza nakoNgwavuma nakoMozambique kunamatekisi every Friday alanda abantu abathathwa befakwe ehlathini belayishwe ngeimoto ngamatekisi balethwe koMtuba koMpangeni nako Dududu emaplazini. Siyathokoza.
No, thank you very much for all the questions. I am going to guide because I also have a duty to manage time. I'm going to request maybe one of the panelists decide to respond to the question of the Honorable Premier and be precise. And then I think Mr. Reverend was mainly making inputs which we're going to take into account. And then I'm going to request NAFCOC, just 1 minute, even if it's half a minute, just to respond to the question by Baba Umboyas and then Mr. Zuma. Also, I think because illegal team is still coming back to do a panel, can we please park and we'll ask them to respond to that question in that order, and then I'll come back again. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Can we have if you don't mind, can so that we go through order, I'll give an opportunity. Yes, will come. So let's have Mr. Temba, just 1 second on behalf of the business sector, how you can, whether you can support us.
Oh, it looks like I'm not connected. Thank you very much. Thank you, Premier. Umbuzo wako Premier uyezwakala. Kepha-ke Premier, let me start by saying there are PPPs that have just been issued and approved. PPP is private-public partnership, where the private sector is going to be running these borders with government. So private sector is investing a lot of money in ensuring that there is control of the borders, as in trucks or people coming in within the border posts. But I don't think the biggest problem lies there. It lies further down the line where people are happy to break down the fence and cross, and there is no technology applied there. So we are saying to the government, we need to focus beyond the post. If it means building a contagious wall to ensure that it is impossible to break the wall into South Africa, vice versa, without being seen, I think that's what we need to do. The problem does not lie in the border post. People are putting down fences and coming into the country. But the biggest problem, Premier, I'll tell you this for free. Somebody coming into the country says, what is the worst that could happen to me? Hey, ngizobuyela emuva ngihamba kamnandi, you know. There is no disincentive. Amajele South Africa, a 5-star, they don't want to be arrested at that site. So really, Premier, we definitely have got to disinfect. What is the word?
Disinfect.
Disincentivize.
Khona lokho.
I've seen people on TV. behlulwa amagama esiNgisi. That's the point.
Hayi
Thank you.
siyakuzwa thina futhi sizoshaya ihlombe ngoba uthi ni ready. You want us to engage. Let's go to NAFCOC. Just 1 second in terms of readiness spaza shop for young people.
Ngiyabonga. Baba ngikuphendule nje direct. I-retail department in a program already sebeyiqalile whereby bazo trainer bonke abantu abadingayo ukurun ama-shop, and again kuzoba nama-package ama-POS to run and manage. Ihambisana-ke ne-bulk buying ukuze kube lula kubantu bakithi ungena kwi-competition. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Le Director Mr. Zuma sizoyiphendula during a panel. And then the neighboring country, I think we had Mozambique. Yes, I think, let me have Your Excellency in terms of the Pakistanis and how they view us. Just 1 minute, 1 minute. Yes.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'm not denying there is no undocumented or illegal Pakistanis here, like other nations. We accept that it is in our notice, and they are already approaching us, and for their repatriation or going back voluntarily, the High Commission of Pakistan and we as an organization working and making sure that we speed up and they get their documents and go back on time. We respect and accept the march, and we accept and respect the rules or any thing that is come up from the government, we will follow that. So what we're doing, we are preparing them, they're getting their travel documentation from the High Commission. Some are already left, some are going, even today, some will be leaving. I'm requesting that because there will be a vacuum of the small businesses in South Africa, especially in KwaZulu-Natal. We have experience and we have a means for the rural small business development. All I'm asking, when you're forming a committee and the government is working, please include us so we can advise also and play our role, because we are a permanent Pakistani South African here in KwaZulu-Natal. And we have means and experience. We can help them and build them and train them and make sure they run their country and they get in charge of their country. So that role we will be seeking also, but the
Thank you.
illegal people will be going away from here. Illegal people, all are Pakistani. They are prepared and they go and they know the notice and the timing of that.
Thank you,
Thank
His Excellency. And then one more response. Why, because the Ubaba Undabandaba, no Santako, they are going to engage. We are noting your concern. Let me have one last, yes, just 1 minute, and then we conclude.
This is very important issue raised by Mr. Kosikona. So, these 3 points. What if the legal people supports illegal people? A few months back, I visited some factories owned by the Bangladeshi business entrepreneurs, and I found there working South African people, Bangladeshi people, some people from Malawi and Zimbabwe, the neighboring countries. So I asked the proprietor, why you employing, whether only you can make employment generation for the South African. So I learned that, yeah, here labor law is very strict. So if any violation of anything, and they cannot even request the South African people for something, what they could approach very easily to the other nationals, Bangladeshis or Zimbabwean, Malawian. So I believe in this sector, this government could review, if anything, and talk to the legally, the people legally doing business. One important factor is, you see, in Bangladesh, there are many Bangladeshis living here, mostly documented. I cannot deny that there are some illegal Bangladeshis also or undocumented. I cannot say that. So, but you see, there is no South African High Commission in Dhaka. Dhaka, we think is an important country. 200 million people in our countries, and the country is economically doing well. So there is a very need for establishing a South African High Commission in Dhaka. The other issue is concerning that for the visa, our people, everybody has to approach to the High Commission of South Africa in India. But it is very difficult to even get to go to India. So it is likely they take other measures to come to here, bypassing this system, which is not correct. Last point is, and we just last month our foreign secretary visited here. We proposed to there was a meeting in Darko. Foreign secretary proposed that we wish the South African government very soon open the High Commission here, and we proposed we will provide the accommodation, the entire office building to open South African High Commission free for 10 years. So it will be a good news for South Africa. The last issue, you see, I am one of the High Commissioner here, and my very brother-in-law and his family wanted to come to visit me. They applied for visa with note verbal from Foreign Ministry, from the High Commission in Delhi, and from here. But they could not even submit the visa application for 4 months to the South African High Commission in India. And had it not been the High Commissioner of Bangladesh or a very responsible person, other people would try for other avenues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ngicela sishayane lihlombe elikhulu. We are reaching a point where we have scheduled that we break for lunch. Can you promise me that by 2 o'clock we are going to be back? Because we want to push for 30 minutes. Can you please bear with us, because we want to finish on time. And being a program director is not easy. Oh, Santako. Just 1 second. I still have to announce who's having lunch where. Strictly 30 seconds, strictly 30 seconds, Santako. I want to respond to Mr. Ndabandaba. Can you please be seated? I'm still going to announce who's going to, strictly 30 seconds.
Angibonge umbuzo kamfowethu uNdabandaba. Uyangilekelela nje. Siyazi yini njenge-taxi industry ukuthi khona abantu abathathwa bagudliswa amahlathi ngale bengeniswa ngapha. Uma si-honest to ourselves, kufanele sithi siyazi khona into enjalo. Kodwa leyana ngeke uyiwineke mawuqhamuka njengomuntu nje. Kufanele sithi akwenziwe njani pho. Ngifisa ukuthi ngithi ukona komuntu okomuntu, kodwa as an organization we are against such practices. Therefore, we can promote ukuthi ama-law enforcement agencies identify lezo indawo njengama-hotspots bese eba-stationed wherever they'll catch these people bengekho aware. Let them be there unannounced. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga Duyas. The lunch plan is as follows. Yeah, phela ngithi ngokahlabisa ngiyazi omanqalo Duyas. Abanama tags, those with blue tags, they will have their lunch in the registration area, which is suite 1 to 4 where we registered. The red tags is restaurant, crown area. Laba banama tags are red. And then Amakosi will be assisted by the colleagues from Cocta by a ground floor. And then there is an arrangement for the Honorable Premier and the MSs, which I'm not going to announce. Chief of Staff is going to assist me in ushering the MSs. Can you please be respectful and allow Premier to leave? And then we're going to, but 2 o'clock strictly, can we be back so that we finish our program on time? Thank you very much. Can we please be respectful and allow Honorable Premier to be moved? Can the diplomats be seated? Will guide you. Okay.
I've always been involved in different studies projects. I've always been at the forefront of community events that went out to change the lives of people that much. In my community, people sing my praises, not because they know me from much and much, but because they know me from families that were hungry that needed to be fed when I was there. That is what active citizenry is about. I didn't start on because of much and much because some people say I wanted to be famous. I was famous on radio already. I used my platform to stand up for what is right. And that is why, when they talk about much politically, I actually laugh. Because when the 2021 started, the very first person that was underground that called students from all over the public and said violence is wrong. It is hurting our country. We can't do that. Violence is not the answer. Looting is not the answer. We don't go out there and shoot. Who goes to booths with their own money, plastic bags, and wait on the streets of whole communities was myself. So right now we are turning around and want to loot. You know why? Because there's a belief out there that a black girl cannot go out there and do something right unless it's for a reason. And unfortunately, we've allowed the media to get away with this for the longest time. No one has ever sat down and asked the questions that I get asked to AfriForum. Your AfriForum has even gone to America and accused this entire country of having a genocide. But what happened with President Obama in that open arms? There was 600 million spent to stop AfriForum. But when it's black people, the first thing they think about is violence. And I ask myself, who ever spoke about violence? Much and much is never spoken about violence. And if anything, I was the first person that wrote the government. I said, this is a problem because communities are already angry. And what you're seeing when people are getting hurt and our communities responding to an anger that's already been there. It's not a rhetoric that much is pushed. We could have gone out there and said people will be killed. Instead, we say people must go and fix their countries. And you know why we say that? We say go and fix your countries because that's the only way Africa will thrive.
This idea of Pan-Africanism that relies on one country in the bottom south that got its freedom the latest out of every other country is not a true reflection of Pan-Africanism. In fact, you're not helping other African countries. It means we want to be the stars of the show. We want to be the only ones that have a Gautrain. We want to be the only ones that have working airports and working railways and functional things and great architecture. Because why are we saying they must come here instead of making all of these developments that we have in our country back in their own countries? And it's possible for every single African country to achieve that. But the only way they can achieve that is if they're in their countries holding their government accountable. The same way we're doing. I'm going to quickly go to the NPOs, NGOs that we have in this country. But before I go there, I want to go to the media of South Africa. South Africa does not have media. South Africa has propagandists who are paid to push a certain narrative. Now, these people make journalism look like it's a career that anyone can wake up in the morning and decide to do. And that is not what journalism is about. Journalism is about finding stories, real stories, true stories, and telling them. But our journalists don't do that. They pick a side and they decide, oh, I like this person. Oh, I don't like this person. I like this idea. I don't like this idea. And you know why? Because South Africa is run on feelings. Even journalists choose to do their profession based on feelings. And that's why we find ourselves here. So the stories that we should be discussing today, where we should be talking about spaza shop mafias, who have come into the country and terrorized people and told them, you are South African, you cannot open a tuck shop in your own country, are stories we're not talking about. Instead, we're talking about xenophobia. And there are 25 children who died in the previous wave. More children are dying now because of the same food they bought from the spaza shops. And you know what was the response from government? Let's register the spaza shops. Is registering the spaza shops going to account for those children that died? Is it going to stop children from dying? Is it going to find out why they are dying? No, it's not. But the journalists are not asking the right questions. NGOs and NPOs. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. I've extended. Okay, I think, okay, they say I'm out of time.
No.
Sorry.
Yes, you're out of time. But the good thing is that you've already answered 3 questions that I was
Okay.
going to ask you. So now let me give others will come back.
Thank you so much.
So
I'm
not-
sorry, so
no
sorry.
Problem, no problem. Ma'am, just your opening remarks really on what generally should be the role of civil society in dealing with the issue of illegal immigration.
Thank you so much,
Laleni
Babun
ke
Daga.
bakithi.
Sibingelele ku Honorable Premier namakhosi nabo bonke amakhona. As KZN Civil Society, we are also looking at how does ukungangeni ngesango affect us? How does ukufohla affect us? I'm aware ukuthi bonke abantu sesikhulumile ngezinto eziningi ezisi-affectayo, but to us as KZN Civil Society, we look like we were looking at how we have extended our ubuntu to the extent that we have exhausted yonke into esinayo in the name of saying awukwazi ukuthi omunye umuntu okuvakashele akaphumi. If sizoyibeka nje ngesizulu, umuntu mengabe kuvakashele ungasenaso ispace sakhe, wena as umuntu okuvakashele uyacela ukuthi ngicela ukuthi ubuyele ekhaya. Sifike kanjani ekuthenini ukucela umuntu ukuthi abuyele ekhaya kulabelwe as xenophobic? Sifike kanjani ekuthenini thina as a country sigxekwe ngokucela ukuthi sesicela ukuthi i-tuck shop ekade kweyakaKhuzwayo ibuyele kaKhuzwayo? So as South Africans, we are guided by the spirit of Ubuntu, the belief of humanity, the interconnected of that every person deserves dignity and respect. But at the same time, we mustn't lose every nation in our responsibilities and uphold our laws akhona, nama mandates. So as same as us as South African, we are saying sinama laws that we need to uphold. So as part of KwaZulu-Natal Civil Society, we are saying we are requesting all individuals that are found to be residing within our country unlawfully to process ukuthi babuyele emakhaya. Asifisi ukuthi sikwenze ngendlela yokuthi obviously kuyona yonke ingxoxo esinayo namhlanje sizoveza ukuthi asilwi kodwa sicela ukuthi nisidedele ekhaya. Sikwazi ukulungisa konke esifisa ukukulungisa including the laws ukuze kube nendlela yokuthi laba abakhona bahleli ngokohlelo. Ngoba if sibheka izinto ezi-affectekile, almost everything is affected. I'm looking at our health facilities, our social facilities, our law enforcement. encouraging abafowethu nodadewethu, kakhulukazi odadewethu, ukuthi siyazi ukuthi kube nobudlelwano obekhona, kwaze kwaqhamuka nezingane, siyazi ukuthi kukhona abashana. Kodwa lokhu kungasenzi ukuthi sikhohlwe ukuthi ngokosiko lwethu umuntu oganayo umuntu wesifazane. So silindele ukuthi in future kube ukuthi kuthiwa hayi ma South African nampa abafowenu odadewenu behleli la ngenxa yokuthi baganile. Asilindele ukuthi ubaba oganile kube uyena ohleli ngala. Asikwazi thina lokho. So we are urging every citizen as KwaZulu-Natal Civil Society ukuthi lapho khona without ukuthi uzulebhelwe as xenophobic, but yisho ukuthi hayi goduka manje mntakama sesiphelele isikhathi. Thank you very much Bamtaka.
Yabona ke amandla olima ngithi uyezwe uyaxoxa manje. Ayinasingisi iyaxoxa. Sizoyigoqa egcineni. Babiyela kuthiwa uphethe inhlaka lezi zokuphepha uthi wena lenkinga sibhekane kanjani nayo?
Is it, it's working. Thank you. Thanks, Baba Mdaga. Greetings to the Honorable Premier and absentia MECs. All protocol can be observed. I think HOD, our community safety, no, we all know what South Africa, Ikambusi and Sambulu Agabiela, the provincial secretary of the CPF in KZN. We all know that South Africa is built on a foundation of democratic constitution. But the reality is that if we do not tap into that constitution, that's where the loophole is. That's where the constitution still agrees with a foreigner in this country can hold any office in government except for the president. It's things that you must counterattack and say, what is the problem? Some countries, you'll find issues where they say for you to run a business, you need to have a certain percentage owned by government. Like in Zimbabwe and other countries, you can't really have a total number of shares of a certain entity. But as structures in the civil society, we must also know that part of the challenges that we have is we must first deal with the issue of tolerance, Jacinta, and really look into how can we cooperate and coexist in the African continent, not in South Africa. Because if you tolerate just because, remember there's a name that we use, Little my friend. You start, hey, what my friend, what my friend. So it's a common name that we use, but it shares a relationship with the person saying, I respect you, I give you the brotherhood or the sisterhood. But that on itself promotes them to stay here undocumentedly so. We have an influx in cities where service delivery is being hindered, where you see a lot of protests and demonstrations against the same South African politicians, which could have been dealt with if we would have dealt with the issue of immigration. We have a problem of our own borders where you can just walk. I'll tell you a story that people coming in and out, I went to Pongolo one of the years. I could see people walking out of Swaziland coming to Grossa in South Africa and going back in the evening. So it's a challenge. So if we don't deal with the infrastructure also that speaks to evading them to come through, because you will waste the 600 million, as you've said earlier, where the South African Police Service must be ready and all other government departments to deport these fellow brothers and sisters back to their countries, but they'll come back the next day. The same camps that they are sitting in, we've seen in the social media, they are sitting in camps where they are ready for deportation, they are having good meals, which our South Africans there in the squatter camps are struggling for. We are challenged as a country, we are challenged as a province where we must stand up. When we say civil society, we have a challenge where when you start something, you've said, Jacinta, that when you started March and March, you were alone with your husband. People are scared to voice out their frustrations. People are happy with the status quo. So when we call you to join your CPFs, to join your NPOs, to join your structures, which are organs of the people's power, your SGP, some of us here fail to even pitch up for our parents' meeting in our own students, in our own children's schools. It's a responsibility because activism is a journey that all of us here seated here must have a responsibility where we support government in all spheres of government, not in policing alone, but all spheres, all department needs us as the community to accept For instance, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for the years have been running out a project to make gyms across Emalokishin. But who's vandalizing the same gyms? It's us. Who's not utilizing the same gyms that is then being redirected to someone else? It's us. The same government promotes into a local spaza shop. I remember, if I'm correct, it was through the Itala Bank program. They said, come apply. We go and we apply as South Africans, but we exhaust the capital. We opt to rent someone in our own establishment. It's us who must also have a responsibility to say, let us stand on our foot and say, rather, we sit on dry land instead of being recipients of these challenges. So I think we must put it there for now. Thank you.
Yabo. Hayi ke manje sengizodedela ke umfundisi uyayazi ke indaba yongangeni nesango noJesu wazalwa eyobalwa. Nasezulwini ngena ngento ethiza ukhulumele ungangeni ngesango la emhlabeni.
Okokuqala angihloniphe ngibingelele uPremier esaphumile ngikhuleke emakhosini asendlunkulu abantwana ake ngithi nje all protocol observed. We as religious sector we see that we have a serious problem in the country. It is only the blind that cannot see. And ngifuna ukuqinisekisa lendlu ukuthi sisukumile njengabefundisi. Asihlalile phansi sathula sabukela ngoba nathi siyindlu yokukholwa. This is affecting us. It is affecting us how? Number one, kubuhlungu ukuthi kwi-neighborhood uvuka usunomakhelwane ongazi ukuthi ufike nini. Lo makhelwane lo ongazi ukuthi ufike nini usuyambona usenesitolo. Nalesi sitolo awumboni ukuthi ulalaphi. Ube nenkinga yokuthi ungazi ukuthi ulalaphi. Number two, ukusebenza kwakhe ukanjani. It's even worse ke uma ngabe sesinama cases where uthola ukuthi ingane ithenga ama chips yawadla, the next thing yalunywa isisu yagula yangena esibhedlela kwaba ukufa kwayo. So ke njengabefundisi lento iyasihlupha kakhulu. Isenzeke sasukuma nathi ukuthi no, asikwazi ukuhlala ezindongeni zamabandla kube ngathi asiyiboni inkinga kanti siyayibona inkinga ekhona. Kakhulu kunabafowethu laba abavela ngaphandle abafike la eSouth Africa babona indawo eright yokwenza imali baseke beziveza njengabefundisi. Ikhona inkulumo eyake yangihlukumeza kakhulu ethi if you want to be rich, pack your luggage and go to South Africa and label yourself as a pastor. Start a church there, you will then get money. Into ke esihlupha kakhulu umhlali ngaphambili is that amantombazana nodadewethu bareyishwa yibo laba bantu. Bareyishwa yibo laba bantu njengoba beba rape. Ibisi lento elabelisha into nje ethi mfundisi. Kube ngathi manje abefundisi ba corrupt, kube ngathi abefundisi benza imkhuba. Kanti imkhuba yenziwa yilaba bantu bokufika abafike bavula amabandla. Mhlambe nje ngingakakhulumi strong ngalokho, ake silenze nekhwelo nje kubahlali bakithi eSouth Africa ukuthi hayi bakwethu uba comfortable kanjani ukuyophathwa umfundisi ongamazi nokuthi uhlalaphi. omama bethu baya retire emsebenzini bethola imali zabo beye kwisigebengu somfundisi siyithathe yonke imali in the name of prophecies. So iyasihlupha ke lento kakhulu ngoba iyalishaya igama lethu thina befundisi. Yingakho ke sivumelene siyindlu yokukholwa mhlali ngaphambili ungakayibambi imic yakho. Sivumelene siyindlu yokukholwa ukuthi as much as behanjiswa abafowethu laba bala ngaphakathi abangenamaphepha ake kuyiwe nakulaba abanamabandla. Uma ngabe umfundisi rani ibandla engenawo amaphepha hayi kabi. Asimzondi asinayo into against him kodwa nje ngenxa ukuthi kwi country illegally he must pack and go. Le campaign ka premier ethenga ngeni ngesango iyafohla. Thina sesiyithathe ngamandla ke sigijima nayo strong. Sithi abahambe. Siyayijoyina imarch and march. Insizwa nomnsizwa siyayijoyina sikhuluma ngazwi linye sithenga ngeni ngesango iyafohla abahambe.
Ake ngizwe amen. Amen. Hayi sokulungisela uzolithatha leli bandla nje bakuphuma ama tech shop nje bazophuma nasobandleni ungene nawo. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngizonika ke manje umfowethu undabandaba naye abeka amabili amathathu ngalenkinga esikhungethe.
Siyathokoza mfowethu Majalimane, siyakhuleka esilweni samabandla, siyakhuleka kongaka ngokujula kolwandle. Siyakhuleka kongaka ngezintaba zakhe zonke, siyakhuleka emakhosini onke akhona. Abuholi bonke bendabuko. Bangithakatha. Siyathokoza. So sibingelele sithokoze kakhulu kumhlonishwa uNdunankulu. Sikubalule Nkosi yami kulonke ithimba asebenza nalo ubaba uNdunankulu no MEC abakhona abaholi bonke abakhona. Sikubalule ukuthi lokho kwenziwa uNdunankulu siyakuthanda. Umholi ngempela mangabe phethe kufanele abe njengoNdunankulu kulezi zimo ezikanje ehambelana nabantu. Siyathokoza kuNdunankulu engabi because thokoza ngempela ngoba kubhlungu ukuthi umholi uthi mangabe wena uvuleleke ezintweni ezinhle bese ungazi ukuthi abantu baphethwe yini phansi. Ngeke abantu abangaka ngosuku olulodwa abantu bebe u5000 bezosha into eyodwa wena umholi lokhu ungakuboni. Bekwenza in different provinces bekhuluma into eyodwa. Uma ngempela ningabaholi bethu ake nisilalele kuloko. Sithokoze kakhulu futhi ukuthi amakhosi amaningi ayavela, amakhosi amaningi ekhombisa ukuthi ayahambisana nathi. Futhi siyaqonda ukuthi amanye amakhosi awakwazi ukukhuluma ngalento ngoba amanye amakhosi fona Majalimane awabaphethe abantu. Bakhile nje endaweni zamakhosi kodwa abawahlonipha amakhosi. Uma ngahle inkosi ikhulume ngalento nje ngavukisa ejele ngoba kuneyidlova nje vele ezingayihloniphi inkosi engathi inkosi iyaqala nje yakhuluma ngalento vele bevuke bebulala abantu kusinkosi boshiwe. Manje ke siyaqonda lokho ingakho sihambela amakhosi sibuye silekelele naseyindaweni zawo. Iphuthe lenziwe uhulumeni ngo1994 noma ngokufika kwepolitiki ukuphuca indoda amandla. Kwaba iphuthe elikhulu kakhulu lelo ke futhi esingadingi ukuthi libuyiswe ama politicians. Kufanele siyilandele amandla ethu singamadoda. Waphuca indoda amandla waze wayiphuca ngisho ukuthi ikwazi ukuthanda umuntu wesifazane. Niyabona iGBV idalwa ukuthi indoda yaphucwa amandla. Sizoqeda thina singamadoda lokho ngoba sizolanda amandla okuvikela abantu besifazane. Isizathu sokuthi nibone abantu bangaphandle besidelela kangaka la eSouth Africa ukuthi bathe mabefika eSouth Africa babuza
kumuntu wesifazane ukuthi iSouth Africa injani. Babuza kumuntu wesifazane wathi umuntu wesifazane ayikhululekana akho nkinga la. So ke sizoyilungisa kungaba yihlaya kodwa nginitshela iqiniso ukuthi udadewethu uMangobese jobe namandla angaka nje okubuka izinto ngendlela yokufunda nokulandela imithetho nani nani kodwa ngelanga lempi ngeke abe khona kufuneka amadoda manje singakubuka njengathi kuyihlaya ngoba ipolitiki phela iyancengana ipolitiki lapha ebudodeni akuncengwana kukhulunywa nje iqiniso balinjalo. Abantu bangaphandle, the mistake that they did a survey about South Africa through women. And they abused women, they corrupted our women. And in the last 3-4 months, they made a video and said they are going to take over this country. And they started inaugurating their kings in East London to show that really they are on a mission about this country. And that is the reason why Insizwa Nomzizwa stood up and activated Insizwa. Because alikwazi izwe ukuhamba siphila singamadoda. Kungcono ke sife manje bese lihamba ke izwe singaboni ukuze nako baba mkhulu sizofike sisho njalo sithi sasingekho. Sizobasiza abaholi kabisa sizonisiza. Ngoba kunamapheshana abaholi bethu abawasayinayo abhalwe ngabelungu ngiyaxolisa abelungu enikhona la. Kunamaphepha abhalwe ngabelungu ukuthi njengoba ungena kulomsebenzi ngeke usakwenza ukuthi nokuthi 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 nokuthi. Ebese indoda yonke yomuzi ifise elilodwa yenzela ikungayiboni lento engalungile ngoba isabela ukuthi kuzolahleka iphalishi elinikwa yenye indoda. KwaZulu indoda kayondliwa izondla yona. Uma futhi izimo ebekwe ngaphansi kwasingahambisani nazo indoda iyayiyeka leyo nto iqokela ukulamba ngoba uNkulunkulu uhlale necebo ngendoda ngeke indoda izihlupheke. So ke ngeke sivume izwe ukuthi lehambe ngoba kukhona abantu abavikela amaphalishi. Kungcono umuntu ayihlalele endlini yakhe athule sihambe thina siyofuza lapha njengoba sibizwa ngeinhlanya but siphoqa uhulumeni through amamarch ethu nenkosazana yakwethu udadewethu siphoqeni nanonke ukuthi nibe la. So kusho ukuthi iyasebenza lento esiyenzayo. Siyabonga futhi asiphezi kubaholi abakhona namakhosi la ngoba kusho ukuthi manje kuzokwakhiwa isizwe esisha esizokwenza ukuthi kusuka la kuya phambili kuhanjwa kanjani kuya phambili. Siyimisele futhi ukubambisana noPremier ngoba uPremier hayi ukuthi uze kithi manje ngoba lento esayibona isisebenza. Ube ingxenye yokuyiqala naye njengohulumeni efike emandleni. Ingakho sizocela sonke thina sinombono wodwa ukuthi sihlangane simeseke uNdunankulu sithathe bonke labantu nawo wonke lamandla esinawo sime ngandawonye sibhekane nenkinga ngoba akuzukusiza ukuthi sithuka abaholi. Akuzukusiza ukuthi simemeze amakhosi kabi, akuzukusiza ukuthi sikhombane sodwa kabi kodwa ngoba sikholelwe entweni eyodwa kasime ngandawonye sonke sibhekane nenkinga esibhekene nayo sisho nje ngezwe elilodwa ukuthi umuntu ongene kulelizwe ongekho emthethweni nongazi ukuthi wenzani kulelizwe akahambe nje bakwethu asizukulokhu sikuxoxa lokho. Ebese siyacela futhi this is a special request to all the commissioners and legal foreigners that are in the country. We want to see you in our marches. We want to see you in our marches condemning the illegal practices that are done by your people. We want to see you having the database of your people that are in our locations that are raping our young girls in those spaza shops. We want to know what are you doing about that because it doesn't help us to come to these commissions, to these summits and act like you are doing something when the problem is 25 years old. The problem is too old. We need to have had a solution long time ago. So even the time that you are requesting, that you need more time to to be given to sort out this problem. But these problems were always here. We've been marching for almost 1.5 years now, and you haven't done anything. We are men of this country. We are soldiers of this country. We are the descendant of the greats of this country. People who died. Our forefathers died for this land. And we have to uphold the holiness and the integrity of this country. No foreigner will come to this country and corrupt this country. No amount of money or propaganda or whatever. You can call us all names, but we are the ones that are supposed to stand up and fight for this country. These marches will carry on until this problem is fixed. And no authority or no police or minister or president is going to stop this. This is a South African revolution. All the foreigners, this is a direct message to you guys. The Muslim family is employing illegal foreigners. The white people in the farms are employing illegal foreigners. All the fast food shops are employing illegal foreigners. That should stop from the moment we leave the summit. It must stop. You must go and fire all those people, and you must employ South Africans, and you must employ them under the Employment Act, and they must pay tax, because when they pay tax, they are helping this country. So we are not going to come here and be flashy and talk and impress the premier. We want a serious solution, and we want it yesterday. We have no time to wait. We are not going to wait for our leaders. We are going to carry on engaging you. Thina singamadoda wemadoda, ngicela amadoda lapha kwaZulu nalapha eSouth Africa ayikhumbule ukuthi angamadoda sabekwa uNkulunkulu la ukuthi sibheke izwe, futhi yonke lento esiyenzayo funa siyenze sicele kuNkulunkulu, uNkulunkulu asihambele phambili ngoba vele siphoqwa isimo njengamadoda. Indoda inamandla okukhuleka ishintshe isimo. Ngakho sonke asikwenze nathi sikho kwabafundisi. Abefundisi baselekelela ukusikhumbuza usuku nosuku, kodwa yonke indoda inoNkulunkulu ngaphakathi. Izwe yinto yokuqala kunazo zonke into ngaphezulu kwemali okufanele indoda iyivikele. Sicela senze kanjalo sonke siyabonga.
Bakithi ngiyazwakala. Awubaqasho Mtaka. Bagqokusothayi ngoba kukhulunywa into zakubo bese sengizokuba nje ngenza into embi kabi ngapha. Ngide ngikhunjuzwa ngesikhathi. Isikhathi ke siphethwe yibo eShodi. Kodwa ubumqoka abalenkulumo ukuthi ikhulunywa ngabalikazi bayo. Awungeke usabatolika ke ngoba konke ukukhuluma kwabo abakasho ukuthi akushawa abantu, angithi abakasho. Ungabatoliki ke ngenye indlela. Kodwa ke esifisa ukukuvala manje noma sikubuze ngoba ngishilo ngathi we can't recycle ideas. There are two things that we are all speakers or panelists are talking about. The first one is that all of us we agree that there is a problem. And we are framing that problem as undocumented immigration. But also we are saying this has nothing to do with xenophobia. That's what we are saying. Then the question is, working with the premier, how we're going to stop those who want to push us to what we are not doing. Ngoba ukuthi nikhona nina akekho ozoniqeda. No premier akakazi athi uzoqeda nina. Upremier njengobusho nabandaba uqale nani. Umbuzo uthi ke sonke ke sizofika kanjani labantu abasibophela umgoka. Ngoba ngomhla ka-30 siboshelwe umgoka sonke. Izwe lonke liboshelwe umgoka. Uthi manike nathi sekuyothiwa ne ukuthi. Ngithi ke lembuzo benithi angiyibuza isingisa siyiphendule lento kamhla ka-30. Sizovikela kanjani? Seyikhulu angazi ke uPrime ukhulumile kodwa mase kukhulumisile kwasekuqediwe kwabanye bethu. Case la kungenzi njani? Sitheni silo? Angashawa umuntu angithi. Sizovika kanjani ke sonke la njengabaholi ukuthi ekwenzeni ilungelo lethu nelenu nelabo bonke abantu singangeni emgogweni ukuthi kuthiwa ngakusasa niyababona ngoba kukhona ophehla amanzi ukuthi niyahlanya nabanilandelayo bayahlanya. Umbuzo ke usunjalo, ngiyayibona lesi ngisi ikude kakhulu ayiqoqi lokho esiya kuko. Senze njani ukuvikela ilungelo lokukhala kuhulumeni wethu? Nivuma nini uPrimo senilalelile angithi ninaye. Senza njani ukugwema umgoga ngomhla ka-30? 2 minutes nje siye siyobheka ngaphambi kwabantu.
Okay, ngicela ukuqala kule ama-NGOs because it's very important, but I'll spend it within my 2 minutes. NGOs, NPOs, siyacela kakhulu Premier kakhulu ukusithoba. I don't know if there's anyone from the Department of Social Development. We have been complaining consistently that the people who are oppressing us the most are those NGOs and NPOs. When you heard the presentation from the Department of Home Affairs, and they were talking about the litigation that they have, and the litigation that they have mostly is from foreign nationals. Foreign nationals have the most litigation against our own Department of Home Affairs over South Africans. And they get that money from these NPOs and NGOs. Nobody knows where they get that money from. Nobody knows what they use that money from. The United Nations gives about 500 and something million rands to different refugee organizations. We don't know where they spend that money from. There's Malawians stuck outside here that should be going home. Where are those NGOs and NPOs now? Why are they not giving that same money that they get from foreign agencies to transport those Malawians that are sitting out here instead of creating a humanitarian crisis for South Africa where we have to feed people, give them a place to stay every single day? It's money that's being spent there. So I'm calling again NGOs and NPOs that are funded. Can the Department of Social Development account for where that money is going and what they are using that money for? But in closing, how do we solve the problem? First of all, the government is the biggest solution. South Africans are also the biggest solution. The two role players. South Africans need to be arrested for aiding and abetting illegal immigrants. It's in the law. The law says no single South African is allowed to aid and abet an illegal immigrant. If we are being honest, I'm repeating again, and we are not running the country on feelings but on the law. Right now, everyone who was out there helping those Malawians who are in the country legally, according to the law, not me, has committed a crime. That's according to the law. But we romanticize the law every time it suits certain people. But nobody's romanticizing the laws because we want to march. In fact, the city of eThekwini has refused us our right to march on the 30th, saying we can march any other day on the 1st and the 2nd of July, not on the 30th. And that is our democratic right. Why do laws of this country change according to who they must apply to? So that's one problem. Second to that, the laws of the country, like I'm saying, need to be enforced the way they should be enforced. They shouldn't pick and choose who it is that it must apply to. Whether it's the president, whether it's a person sleeping on the streets, we all need to be accountable to the same laws of the country. And government, can government create a platform like this? I must commend you, Premier. You have been at the forefront from the very beginning. You have listened to us, even when people were calling us names, calling us vigilantes. You opened your doors for us and you allowed us to come and sit down and talk to you. And for that, Premier, I must commend you. Thank you, Mpemba Siyabonga. Siyabonga kakhulu. And on top of that, this problem is not a new problem, is one thing I must also highlight. It mustn't be as if South Africans, every time we raise this issue, are called xenophobic. This time it's not going to work, I must tell you. You can shout at the rooftop and call us xenophobic. We've allowed you guys to call us xenophobic, the media, the international world, all the time, and then we step back. If we had listened to the South Africans when they complained back in 2008 about this issue of illegal immigrants, we wouldn't be here today. I remember very well when Ushenge was still the Minister of Home Affairs. He raised this issue and he lost his job. Nami I raised the issue nangixosha emsebenzini. Nizosixosha sonke ke makunjalo. Kodwa at the end of the day, we are not going to stop calling for our laws to be enforced. Sikhathele, sikhathele, sikhathele. We can't be the only ones respecting the laws of this country. And another thing, just to foreign nationals have gotten away with a lot of crimes in this country. Because everyone thinks once you you come into South Africa, you automatically become a victim and we are the villains. Now we are changing our narrative. We are going to march on the 30th. And after we've marched on the 30th, it's going to be a peaceful march. It's going to be a successful march because none of us want to damage our own country. This is our country. We wear this with pride. We love South Africa with everything we have. We haven't slept from 3 o'clock in the morning because of this passion that we have for this country. Other African countries were telling us they're against us. We stood firm with our own country. It's South Africa. We make things happen. That's who we are. It's in our blood. It's in our culture. And nobody's going to take that away from us. So just in closing, one last point. South Africa needs to teach patriotism even in schools. We can't be teaching people to love politicians over their own country. The same energy and people have to love certain political parties or certain celebrities or Tira or whoever, is the same love. Children in South African schools must be taught to love this country. This country is all that we have. We're not going to be orphans in other countries because if we can protect South Africa, we will protect it with everything we have. And yes, Ndabandab, you said women won't be there when the fight starts. Oh, shame, I'm going to be there.
Yebo dadewethu umgoka siweqa kanjani? Ola dadewethu siqede manje sesiyavala.
Siyisizwe sihloniphayo nesilalelayo kakhulu. Sizwile ukuthi ubaba uNdunankulu nesilo bathe bayacela ukuthi kungabi khona izimpi. Siyakulalela kakhulu lokho. And ngokubuka kwami akukho la khona kusavela khona ukuthi kube nempi yokuthi kwabonakala ukuthi ngomhla ka-30 iplan yokuthi kuyohlasela. Izwi nje sime ngalo ukuthi siyacela ukuthi basidedele ekhaya. Kodwa sizokuqinisekisa ukuthi alichitheke igazi. And sizokuqinisekisa ukuthi konke okwenzekalayo kwenzeka ngokuthula. Njengoba ngishilo nje ukuthi isizwe silalelayo sisizwe esihloniphayo. And sizimisele ngokuthi sikubeke lokho kubonakala ukuthi siyalalela kodwa ngeke size siwagcinezela amazwi noma imizwa yethu ngesizathu sokuthi kudingakala ukuthi kubonakala ukuthi sizizwa kanjani. Hayi ngempi, hayi ngamandla.
Siyabonga. Futhi sesiyaqoqa.
Kodwa kuhamba phakathi.
Sithokoza kakhulu. Xa thina njenge-CPF umsebenzi wethu ulula nje ukweseka amaphoyisa nokulekelela ukuthi sicoshe umsebenzi owenzakalayo usuthume kodwa siyafisa nje Ndunankulu ngokweso liphambili sikwazi ukuthola isikhala sokuthi yebo laba sebengasekho kahle sebehambile eJacinta nawe eMndabandaba kodwa laba bakhona abantu banawo amaphepha bakhona bangakwenza ukuhle sikwazi ukuthi abahlonishwa laba babamele kulamazwe sibe nenguyazana nabo ukuqonda ukuthi phela ukuthi uba isigebenga kusho ukuthi ama-fingerprint ayangcolela kalula ufuna uzubanjwe so nabo kungathola ukuthi unalo iphepha kodwa ulisebenzisa ngendlela embi kofuna sibe nayo inguyazana ukuthi labo abanawo amaphepha okuba lapha ekhaya senza kanjani ngabo siyabonga
Mfundisi.
Asibonge kakhulu. Mhlonishwa Ndunankulu iBhayibheli ku Proverbs 29 verse 2 lithi when a righteous man is in authority a nation rejoices but when a corrupt is in authority a nation cries. Angisho lamazwi sengigcina ukuthi siyambonga uNkulunkulu ngawe Ndunankulu. Abafowethu njengoba bebeka nje inkinga ibikhona eside isikhathi. Okunye noma kulumela ngiyaxolisa kodwa ke kuyikho. Because lento yabafowethu abala kwi country bengenayo imvume. Ama politicians ayadla ngalonto. So iyona nto ke bisishaya kakhulu siyabonga ukuthi uNkulunkulu usikhethele a righteous man. Uthi uDavid ke when foundations are destroyed what a righteous man can do. Sibonga ukuthi ke premier uthema ungena wabona ukuthi the foundations are destroyed and wawususondeza abefundisi. It's always the case Ndunankulu when a voice of a prophet is silent, kuba nobudlobongela. Kodwa uma ngabe umprofeti ese-acknowledge-iwe, kuba khona ukuthula kuyabuya. So-ke singabefundisi siyazimbandakanya kwi-campaign ethi engangeni ngesango iyafohla. Nathi sithi abahambe ngokuthula. Umhla ka-30 we are aware ngawo, asifune ukubona umuntu oshawayo, asifune ukubona umuntu ozobulawa. Kodwa futhi asizukuthula. Ngokuthula abahambe. Thank you so much.
Nabandaba goqa ba.
Cha siyathokoza siyizwile ingonyama aleqiwa ke lengonyama undunankulu sekukaningi ngihlangana naye siyabonga Mphemba nokuthi uzehlise nje ulingane nathi umuntu omkhulu kangaka siyabonga ndunankulu sizokweseka ngokuthi senze kahle njengoba kade sivele senza kahle sonke lesisikhathi amaphoyisa umama Makhoba ubaba uNhlanhla Mkhwanazi namaphoyisa wonke obrigadier beyiteshi zonke siyathembisa ukuthi abukho ububi obuzokwenzeka kodwa siyacela ke nani baholi ukuthi nisicelele kuba ukuthi bengasisukeli phela bakwethu ngoba phela ke iqiniso cha lokho ke ngeke sikuvume lokho bengasisukeli bengaphumi bemeyitezi besivezela iminwe kanje ngoba lokho kuye kubaphazamisa abantu lapha bayobe benza kahle khona abantu sicela ukuthi ama-foreigners abavumele abantu benze lokho abakwenzayo ngoba bakwenza ezweni labo bengaphumi bese bekhombisa abantu iminwe engafanele kodwa Premier la eThekwini siyacela thina la eThekwini ukuthi nisivumele sibe khona ngoba kunamadoda nje aseNigeria ala eThekwini angafuni ukunyakaza la eThekwini ahleli emabhilidini akwa works ngokungekho emthethweni ayingenela wona athe sengaphakathi alishintsha ibhilidi alenza laba indawo yokurenta kurentwa kumuntu waseNigeria olapha ngokungekho emthethweni kodwa kurentwa kuye kukhokhwa kuyo o6000 abayinqwaba abanikezwa yena yingakho ke laba bantu lapha bebulala abantu lapha ePoint thina ke nkosami singamadoda lelizwe ikhona esikhona ukufela ke impela lokho ikhona singathanda ukuthi sikufele lokho uma kuukuthi akulungiseki siyathokoza
Siyabonga kakhulu. Cha. Ngibona ukuthi ke isikhathi ke ngisho ngasidliwe yinje cha. Isikhathi sesiyasishaya ngizobuyisela eShowD. Sibonge kakhulu ngicabanga ukuthi bonke abantu bazwile singabuye sixoxe uqala kwengxoxo lwayiphi namhlanje. Ngiyabonga.
Sitho. Ngiyabonga. Hayi bangiqethile. Ngiyathokoza mhlonishwa.
Ay umntaka ngeke ngiphinde ngimnike ithenda. Ngizoze ngixoshe emsebenzini ngenxa yakhe. Whilst they are preparing the legal team, we have two more and then we take questions and then we close. I have this following announcement: BT88MCZN, Toyota BT88MCZN, and also BR41CMZN. Please, you are requested to move. You are hindering other people. Can we? We're now going to introduce a team of legal experts, and they promise me that they are going to take 10 minutes because they've already done the presentation. We want to cover some gaps that were left there. It's going to be led by Advocate S. Neza. And so can you come back, please, in mind and in spirit? Advocate Neza, who is a Deputy Director in the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. He is with Advocate Tsebekulu, the Chief Prosecutor in the National Prosecuting Authority, Brigadier T. Gama from the South African Police Services, and Mr. Zuma. Strictly 10 minutes.
I'm indebted, Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Premier. Due to the lateness of an hour, we will just confine ourselves to 3 questions. Chairperson, I will prefix my question so that I can give context. The legal team, as directed by the Honorable Premier, met and identified gaps in the legislation, in the legal framework in relation to undocumented foreigners.
Bengisacela ukuthi sibuyele esimweni sethu, sihloniphe undunankulu, sihloniphe namakhosi, nabo bonke abasihambele sihloniphe nathi. Ngicela sithule nje umsindo, sesiyaqeda.
Thank you very much. The first question would be going to Mr. Mtiani of Home Affairs. As I indicated that I will have a precursor first in order to contextualize the question. In terms of Section 15 of the Immigration Act, there is currently no integrated system between municipalities issuing trading permits and Department of Home Affairs. Now, Mr. Mtiana, the question is, since this gap is identified in the legislation, what should be done? Thank you.
No, certainly little siphinde sibingelele kundunankulu nama MECs wonke akhona namakhosi and all the dignitaries. No, I think we shouldn't waste time on this question because I think Mr. Zuma earlier on identified the areas in the legislation that need to be covered. So I don't think it would be the waste of time. Suffice to say, there is, as Premier, you're aware, the President a few weeks back convened a meeting, the President's Coordinating Committee, where premiers and local government representatives, mayors and SALGA, there's an understanding that we need to work on bylaws, and those bylaws already the COGTA had gazetted general bylaws which will deal with the registration of business. But the legislative program that is being put together by government will address all those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question is in relation to Section 33, subsection 5 of the Immigration Act, wherein there is a limitation that is identified in terms of warrants. There is a restriction regarding SAPS in terms of search and seizures, because the act is translucently clear that the immigration officer must be present. Then subs, they do not have that authority. Now, Brigadier Gama, in relation to this gap, what intervention or proposed amendment you may suggest on this score?
Thank you very much, the Premier, and the protocol that has been established. What we have suggested as a team that have been dealing with this legislation is that we're going to make proposals that these powers are transferred also to the SAPS, RTI, and Metropolis, so that they can have those powers to search and seize properties in terms of the Immigration Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third question is in relation to Section 49, subsection 1, paragraph A, wherein illegal entering and remaining and failing to depart are criminal offenses. So there is an inconsistency in treatment of these offenders post-conviction. So NPA, what are the proposed amendment or intervention in this regard? And when we are answering or proffering your answer, I would implore you to juxtapose between Section 49 and Section 34 of the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand by the protocol which was established by the first program director. Honorable Premier and our moderator, for me to make sense, I would have to explain in a few seconds the provisions of Section 49, 1A, 1B, and Section 34. Very, very briefly, Section 49, 1A creates an offense for an immigrant to be in the country illegally. Section 49, 1B creates an offense for an illegal foreigner who's been ordered to deport to remain in the country. Now, the third provision is Section 34. Section 34 empowers our immigration officers to arrest, detain, and deport illegal foreigners. Now, your question is juxtaposing Section 49 and Section 34. The only similarities that you would see in Section 49 and Section 34 are that all are dealing with immigrations. They've got nothing in common except that. Now, the issue that we experience in the courts is that you would find that a person would be convicted for contravening Section 49(1)(a). The penal provision there is a fine or a maximum of 3 months in jail. Now, for the second one, which is 49(1)(b) that I just explained, there again, the penal provision is a fine or a maximum of 9 months imprisonment. Now, you would ask yourself a question, is this lenient? The maximum is only 3 months or 9 months. Now, comparing Section 30 or Section 49 and Section 34, the issue there that we encounter in the courts is that we can't really enforce Section 34. You've got to go through the courts. My colleagues from the immigration, from Department of Home Affairs can bear me out on this. The proposal that I made in the other gatherings that we've had is that we should make it mandatory for our judicial officers, for our magistrates, for our judges, compel them to conduct deportation inquiry immediately after conviction, immediately after sentence. Now, the proposal was made. I know this is not the competency of the province, but the Honorable Premier spoke about us in dealing with immigration issues, not to rely on opinion in the opening address this morning, but to rely on instruments of certainty. Now, bringing in the provision where the judicial officers will be compelled to conduct the inquiries in terms of Section 34, which, by the way, now does not force a magistrate to, will help us in ensuring that people are indeed deported. And very lastly, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we do not have jurisprudence guiding all the courts on what should happen after sentencing of an illegal immigrant. Now, the magistrates are left to exercise their judicial discretion. Now, to me, that is an opinion, because you base that on facts, which goes against what the Premier said in the opening address this morning. So what we need is definitive legislation. We should have a provision which forces the judicial officers to conduct deportation hearings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Zuma, we traverse extensively on a Pagamisa judgment. It's quite a thorny issue. Now, there is a decision that we reach as a committee to sort a legal opinion. Now, would you share your view in this regard about Pagamisa judgment as to what is the procedure? Is there anything wrong in law to test whether another court, another higher court can find differently? And what is the process entail?
No, thank you, Honorable Premier. I think on this one, it's quite clear that this judgment, of course, whether there's a debate about it or not, this is a decision of the Eastern Cape Division, which in any event, the government in 2019 should have taken it to court, but we're here now, we need to find a solution. For the province, I do not want to deal with what national government can do, but for the province, Honorable Premier, our suggestion is that the Department of Education in the province must first seek a legal opinion on the appropriate course of action that must be taken by government. we can use a case study of one of the schools in KwaZulu-Natal, for instance, being Eddington, to then say to the court, what do we do with the kids that are in school currently, whose parents must be deported in terms of the provisions that my colleagues have referred to. And I think that would actually assist government in terms of cost curtailment, in terms of the amount of money that you spend on illegal immigrants, but also juxtaposed with that lastly, if we don't do anything and you have the parents of those kids in the country, you are in fact aiding and abating those particular parents. And I think getting an opinion on that will actually help us. Thank you.
I mean, that the chairperson would like to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to release you. They took exactly 10 minutes as promised. I will want to thank you for all the hard work that you have put. Acting DG and your team, please get ready. I'm giving you 10 minutes also. Acting DG, General Makoba. Thank you very much, Advocate Neza and the legal team. Angithi sizwe imithetho. O 31, no 38, no ban. I guess siyabonga. Now we are now going to the last commission. The last commission is on the enhancing the role of government in the management of migration. The moderator is our acting DG, or Dr. Kwala, and the panelist, it's HOD for Sports, Arts and Culture, Dr. Sifunda, ngiyawuthanda uComSafe. And then we have Major General Makoba from SEBS. I'm not too sure whether the colleague from Salga is still here. And then Home Affairs. Yes. You're representing Mr. Mwabe. Thank you very much. 10 minutes, colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much. As the panel members are being set up, I will not repeat the protocols, except to say that if I'm here again, it means there's something I did right. If I can, this panel will specifically focus on municipalities. How can we assist them? Because there are a lot of our delegates here are representing municipalities, and they are asking us a question: how will we achieve social cohesion? First and foremost, how will we achieve social cohesion? Public safety, as municipalities are charged with creating safe environment. I will ask panel members to just respond to those two questions, and then we will have a wrap up. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and just want to greet the Honorable Premier and observe all protocols as have been set in this session. We are very fortunate as this province to be led by a team of leaders that understand that it's important for us to have definitive ways of ensuring a social cohesion, nation building, and moral regeneration. We are actually one of 3 provinces in this country that has managed to develop a strategy for social cohesion and moral regeneration, including nation building. We are one of 3 provinces that has set up a council that is responsible for the coordination and the implementation of programs that are targeted at social cohesion and nation building. And I think that really does deserve a big round of applause, because if we didn't have such, we would not be here. And of course, it's led by the Premier. In some provinces, they felt because outcome 14 was meant to be driven by sport, arts and culture, they gave it to that department. But in this province, the Honorable Premier decided this is an integrated intervention that requires the whole of government, the whole of civil society, and therefore he is at the helm of it. He is the one that's driving it, with with the MECs and all the leaders in the civil society. So coming back to your question, therefore, it's very simple in this province. We are very structured. We use the Operation Sugomasake DDM model. So from the ward, kusukela ey'godini la kunamakhosi khona, ila where we are supposed to ensure is social cohesion. It begins in the family, what values you instill, yokuhlalisana, noku-understandana, nokuqondana, ukuthi kufanele niphathane kanjani. That's where it begins in the family. And of course, it progresses to the community, the society at large. And who is in the society? How are we structured? At the ward level, we move up to the local municipality, and then we go to the district, and we come to the council to report. And we are reporting at the council level as the whole of government and whole of civil society. After having processed all the issues that come from the wards, and we then clear with DTT, going into the clusters that are responsible for social issues, economic issues, justice issues, as well as governance issues. And that is how we process issues of social cohesion.
Thank you very much. Now that the scene has been set, how can we better manage immigration, especially in view of post June 30, using these structures?
Is
And
this
I'm specifically asking the law enforcement, specifically, General, if you can assist me. How can we, now that the HOD has outlined these structures, we've got them on the ground, we've got these structures at local level, how can we better manage so that in a few years' time, we don't find ourselves back where we are, and how can the law enforcement assist us?
Thank you. Thank you very much, facilitator. Let me greet the Honorable Premier, or the MECs, or the delegates, Ngikhuleke Makhosini. From SAPS, from the South African Police Service, our mandate is clear and it's almost rigid. It is clear we need to prevent crime, we need to investigate, we need to combat crime. As part of us preventing crime is part of us enforcing Immigration Act. Beyond the 30th of June, we'll continue what we have been doing, this time around partnering more with civil societies as well, as much as we've been partnering with other government departments, sister departments like Department of Home Affairs, Department of Labor. But more so, going forward, we rely as SAPS to information and partnerships coming from all different angles, including the communities, letting us know where the concentration of foreign nationals, particularly illegal foreign nationals, are. And then us as SAPS, then we plan the operations, integrated operations with all relevant stakeholders. We go there and we arrest them for deportation purposes. All the successes that we've been speaking about as the SAPS can be attributed to the partnership and the information, but we feel that the information that we've been receiving is not enough. Why I'm saying that? I'm saying that because of the numbers of illegal foreigners that we now see converging in Maritzburg as well as here in eThekwini, we should have gotten more than the information that we have received. However, when we arrest the foreign nationals, we are also guided by the law. We have certain specific police stations that are gazetted to detain foreign nationals pending deportation. We, as KZN, we have said that they are not enough. They are too few. We have made a submission to our head office to gazette more police stations for us to detain illegal foreign nationals pending deportation. So going forward, we'll enforce and we'll partner, and we want to hold hands with everyone that is a law-abiding citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Niazwela, at local level, there are structures in place, but for some reason, we have not managed to infiltrate, get this information, make sure we work cohesively so that the police also know. Now, in the event that these sites pop up in other places, we will need these structures to work hand in hand to make sure the police know what is happening in those sites, how many people there are, and local government is at the center of that. But once local government has made sure that these sites are there, Home Affairs has to also be assisted and also has to assist in terms of how do we make sure that repatriation occurs. One of the most difficulties that any diplomat will tell you is to be everywhere in a country as large as this one. It's difficult. So how can municipalities and the diplomatic corps be assisted by specifically Home Affairs?
No, thank you very much, Salo. Ake ngiqale ngibonge kakhulu uMeya weTheku, also noMeya womsunduzi, a situation that we've been facing about the Malawians who had gathered in these cities. We assisted by these municipalities with the place where we could process these numbers. We have been dealing with quite a high number. At the last count yesterday, we were sitting at around 13,000 people that have already been processed. Most of them have been repatriated back to Malawi. The challenge that we have is as we clear them, there are those who have been dropped as well. So you would have followed in the media, we reported that on Monday, we were sitting at around 7,000 who were there. It's Durban drive-in. Now, when we reported on Monday, we had repatriated about 9,000. And we said the estimation was 7,000 were still there. Now we've repatriated 13,000, but the numbers are still high, around 5,000. That is the estimation. So there's a need to continue this partnership between national, the provincial government. Premier has also visited in Umsunduzi to see the dire situation there. Like people, they just moved into a place that has been deserted. I think that's the right language, which is not safe. So cooperation, coordination in that situation is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Premier, it looks like your good work has landed you in a situation because there's even rumors that they are coming from other provinces coming to KZN because they are seeing movement. So we need to also make an appeal to other provinces, other premiers to adopt something similar. If bengakwazi bona ukuthi engangeni ngesango yafohla mhlambe bakusho ngesuthu noma ngesipedi noma ukuze nabo bayisho lento. Umphemba umedonsa yedwa sizozithola sisenkingeni. Sizozithola futhi ama resources eKZN overwhelmed. Omasipala ke bazwile ukuthi ama site mayinga identify kange site bagcina behlala endaweni engaphephile futhi indawo uHome Affairs angeke akwazi ukuba processa kahle kuyo. Kubalekile ne pre-planning. Panel members ngiyabonga kakhulu isikhathi ke singavumelanga more conversation kodwa ngibonga kakhulu ama contributions ngicela sibashayeleni izandla.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwala. We appreciate your skill in facilitation. Obviously, that's why we brought you back. We are now approaching the end of our summit. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for your active participation as I'm inviting Honorable Premier to come to the podium to deliver the closing remarks, and thereafter, Pastor El Magwaza to come and close for us, and then I'll come and do the announcement.
Well, thank you very much, HOD, Ms. Kanyen. Your Excellencies, in our midst, the High Commissioners, members of the Diplomatic Corps, amakhosi ondabezitha asendlunkulu, abatwana basendlunkulu, or MEC Kaula for Sports, Arts and Culture, leaders from various sectors of our society, Your Worship, the mayors, deputy mayors and speakers, councillors, the leaders of civic society who are present here in Insizwa Nomsizwa, Marsh and Marsh, and all our legal gurus who are present, who are helping us to understand. I apologize to the HODs who are present and all senior government officials, the private sector, Major General Makoba and Major General Kopel and the entire SABS and the rest of the law enforcers, NPA, the advocates representing NPA, and other very strategic institutions that are represented here. Members of the society, those who are present and those who are watching us through the live streaming. I must thank you for this very important session. The importance of this session is that it brought together people whom you never thought they can share the platform, engage, give their various views, until we all speak in one voice that we have a problem. We're all in agreement in the House that we have a problem. But the question is, how do we solve the problem? In a responsible way. The message on how do we solve the problem is the most important one. In particular, the most confronting our society currently. I don't know where is Mr. Ndabandaba. It's outside. Okay. But Jacinta, you are here. I want to start with this very important one, the 30 June one. People are still experiencing trauma of 2021. There is a high level of uncertainty that is there in our society because of people who are actually sending wrong messages. We need to give them certainty to our society. We need to work together. We must work with the law enforcers so that even if there can be a demonstration or even if there can be no demonstration, but we work together. We don't want someone who's going to spoil the good cause. This has far-reaching consequences, both to our nation and to our people. When we love them, it's important that we do everything possible. First and foremost, to assure them of security, that in whatever, the call never meant anything which is said by those who are in various corners. We must lead that conversation. During the last days, we must be aggressive in our message together. I will also stand alongside with you to communicate the message that whatever was announced about 30 June, but does not mean anything equal to violence, instability, attack, or xenophobia. But that does not suggest that the call for those who are undocumented to go back to their countries is no longer there. We want to fix the challenge of illegality, but in a responsible way. That is the first important message to every stakeholder who's present today. Help us, because we know some people are opportunists. You see, we have a problem of crime. Not every person in KwaZulu-Natal or in South Africa likes crime, but we have criminals. They are stealing, they break houses, they break businesses. So when they see an opportunity, those criminals, they will come together. How do we protect our province? We have only one country. As we have said, Jacinta, that we can't be orphaned somewhere else. How then do we safeguard the stability and the security of our country, of our towns, of our infrastructure? We must work together, especially in emphasizing the message that there is one message: no South African, no person from KwaZulu-Natal must do anything that is against the law. Even on that day, on the 30th. I wish to start by that one. But a serious omission, I wanted, it's only that when someone does what you wanted to do, at times you'll be not sure whether to also do it. I wanted to congratulate Bafana Bafana as the head of KwaZulu-Natal for making us proud. And we think Canada, Sunday, is a walkover. We're hopeful that we are going to make it. We're a happy nation. I also wish to make a call. I heard His Excellency appealing for 3 or 5 years. I know that he did not mean 3 years or 5 years, but was saying not tomorrow. Because really you cannot say we must allow people to commit crime for 3 years or 5 years, because that could be an interpretation. Because when people are here illegally, they are breaking the law. Irrespective of the circumstances, it's important to regularize a being in any country. And South African citizens must be really responsible. I've heard some saying, whether you are illegal or you are not illegal, you must go. No, it can't be like that. We have so many South Africans who are all over the world for various interests. If you say they must come back, you mean the interest that they have in those countries, they must leave them. Some have children studying, some have people having businesses. I know some people who are doctors, who are there for opportunities in various countries. So it can be a posture which is right to say whether you are legal or illegal. Let us discourage those who do not understand that we are dealing with a crucial matter here, and a serious and an important matter. We agree we have taken too long to deal with the matter the way it's being dealt with. But now that we are dealing with it, we must work together. The issue of job opportunities for like ayisephethu sehambile unobhala weSantaco ngoba I wanted to correct him when he said he has a graduate who's unemployed because of foreign nationals. That's not true. Pela, we must confront the real challenges. Our challenges as a country are our challenges. We cannot say the problem of the economy which is not growing is caused by foreign nationals. That is not the fact. That is not the truth. And the problem of skills mismatch, because we take our children to study for degrees and diplomas where opportunities are no longer available. There are sectors wherein they say we are short of certain skills. I can mention them. Wherein there are job opportunities in the country, companies are saying, we want, like someone, I'm not quite sure whether it was today, someone who was saying, or it was a meeting somewhere else, who was saying, I think it was from the business chamber, where we were, the T1 business chamber, they're presenting yesterday during the water summit. They were telling us that I've advertised twice. I could not find a person applying. What does that suggest? We have a problem of skills mismatch. That is what we're dealing with under Human Resource Development Council in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We're engaging tertiary institutions, we're engaging sitters so that we solve the problem. So we must not, therefore, conclude things having not thoroughly analyzed what are the underlying factors. It's true. For ordinary opportunities, that is where there is a competition. You go to the hospitality industry, hotels, you go to the restaurants, you go to the drivers, the scooter drivers, you go even to the parkings, and you go to the farms, you go to the textile and clothing industry. That is the hotspots. When you talk about this problem, that is the hotspot, and we know it. That is why from here, we need to engage those business sectors as government. We want to listen to them, and we also need to understand why is it difficult to correct the problem. If the problem is with the South Africans who do not want to be employed, we'll ask the South Africans whether it's true that you don't want to work there. We must solve the problem. I'm happy that some already, they've came forward. They've requested a meeting with me, in particular from textile and clothing industry. They want to have a meeting with me so that we talk about it because they want to justify. It's fine, I will listen, we will engage until we find a common ground. The other discussion that we need to have, there are businesses now that will be closed, spaza shops that will be closed. I liked really the contribution which you made to say for skills, for training, for mentoring, for support, we are there. And the wholesalers and the like, they must work with those emerging business people to run their local spaza shops. Let us not only say government, because when we say so, other people who have a responsibility, they will hide under that. We all have a responsibility to give back to our society. Well, for bylaws, COGTA, I think COGTA will deal with that one. I think business sector must consider, because they are also having a problem of illicit goods. I think the business sector must consider establishing an office or a unit that will work with the law enforcers to enforce the laws. I don't know, those who are legal gurus here, they will know what are the frameworks that can permit or that can prevent them. Because to only expect government to deal with the problem of illicit goods is not enough. We need to take a collective responsibility as the society to deal with the problems that are confronting our nation. Maybe history has taught us that you'll get free things. Well, as politicians will say so, but the truth of the matter, we've never seen free things. We must work if we want to build. We must contribute, and business must also contribute. We must address the issue of our borders. Already that is being done. And maybe the other issue on the resources, Mangobes, I want to differ with you, but I will put my point on it. The resources the police are actually investing for 30 June and beyond is not because of you, ordinary citizens, who will demonstrate, but it's because of the element that we're all worried about. It's because of the element that we are also worried about, that already there are criminals who wants to steal the show, want to destroy the good work. So it's necessary that there must be some investment in our resources. And those resources will not only assist in that day, will assist to fight crime. It's important that we see more resources being invested. So that is my slightly a view, different view when it comes to that. That we must understand that why I'm putting the point into perspective. It's good that we analyze and differ, but it's good that we find a way of creating understanding so that no one will think whenever you advocate for the right thing, nothing will be right so long it's still coming from Ntuli. You see, when Ntuli is saying a right thing, I may say right thing today, but when I say a wrong thing tomorrow, I'm wrong. Yeah, I can't be right even when I'm wrong. So I'm saying, I wish that we revisit that point to understand exactly of the investment, whether it's a temporary investment or is investment that will assist to strengthen the work that the police are doing. Because, truth be told, there are people who are intending to do wrong things, not only on the 30th. We have seen them at Escort, looting the shops of the foreign nationals. We have seen in Pietermaritzburg killing a Malawanian. Someone has been killed. So there are elements, in fact. 2 were taken to hospitals. There are elements amongst our society that are planning to destroy the good cause by doing what they're not supposed to do. On the NPOs and NGOs, I agree with the sentiment fully. I'm worried too. I invited the United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees, and I was told that only staff members who cannot give input, who cannot comment, were sent. Then I said, hey, I don't think that is the kind of the support they committed to me. They asked me, where can we help you? I then said, you can help me here and there. And I thought they were going to walk the journey with me. When we had a problem in Sherwood and also in Pietermaritzburg, I tried to say, invite them. I want them to join a meeting, just a visual meeting, a Zoom meeting. What happened? They did not join. And then when there is a concern that there is an allocation and they are not seen, then I tend now to think that that is true. The kind of the problem we are seized with now in some quarters is because of the lack of playing a role by institutions that were supposed to play the role in the right way. So when you made such sentiments, I also developed the same. It's a pity to Mr. Ndaba is no longer here because I wanted to challenge him to list the buildings of public works and infrastructure that are hijacked so that the department will address that problem because we must address that problem. I wish then to conclude by saying it was not a talk show. We want to see action after this summit by government, business, civic organization, representatives of foreign countries, and in particular our community. We must play our role honestly. You cannot go out and join a march when you know that at home you have left someone who's your nanny, who doesn't have papers. You cannot join a march when you know that your spaza shop is rented out to a person without documentation. You cannot join a march when you know that you are getting money for protection to the illegal foreign nationals. You cannot join a march when you know that you are the ones who is organizing papers which are fraudulent for the foreign nationals. As a society, we need to be open-minded, not to only look at government and the police, even look at ourselves. What are we doing? Umfana waseLesotho okulusela inkomo unawo namaphepha. That is a very important conversation. I know that is not popular. If you can advance that one, they are going to attack you. But it's a right conversation. We must reject criminals. Whoever is planning to do wrong things must be rejected by ourselves first and foremost. And we must use media and social media responsible to build. We have agreed we need to revisit some laws. Municipalities, I think as soon as yesterday, let us ensure that we work with the station commanders, district commissioners, to have operations on an aggressive way to deal with the problem of undocumented foreign nationals and illicit goods. Because in district, there are those inspectors who have a capacity. The problem is going to be solved by e-movement by all levels of government. Ngakithi nje eNkandla mshazi umeya wami engasamboni la. Fanele sibe ne-aggressive program to work with the station commander, home affairs, district, municipality to deal with the problems I've actually cited. And uKhokta must dedicate an office. uDumo usekhona eShoti? uKhokta akasekho? Oh, uKhokta ukhona. COGTA must dedicate an office that will put together information on these operations, the outcomes of the operations in municipalities. Community safety and liaising must coordinate information from SABS, Department of Home Affairs, and Department of Employment and Labor on their operations or daily operations in terms of the numbers that they are gathering, because the police are on the ground on daily basis. The citizens must work with the law enforcers to report when they are still illegal foreign nationals or those who are selling illicit goods. I think that are the things, the points that I've recorded from the discussion of today. I think this summit to me was a very important summit, and I'm encouraged that you are now speaking in one voice and will go out and communicate in one voice and will discourage whoever is planning to destroy instead of solving the problem that we are faced with as a nation. As the government of KwaZulu-Natal, we want to work with you to build the future, to shape the future of this province. Already we've seen things when times are difficult, things are shaping up in our province. I think we have seen in the first quarter that States SA General reported that in all provinces in South Africa, including bigger provinces such as Western Cape and Gauteng, people lost job opportunities. The economy could not grow. Only in KwaZulu-Natal, there was a marginal growth in terms of the economy and in terms of the new job opportunities. When people are complaining about job opportunities, that is what we are busy with. That's a problem we're trying to solve as government. But we'll not solve it alone. We'll solve it with everyone playing his or her role to ensure that there's stability in the province, to ensure that we root out crime, to ensure that we reject people who are bringing agendas that are meant to destroy our province. So thank you very much. I just wanted to thank everyone. Thank you very much for taking your time, your day. To me, this is an indication of how important is the subject that we're dealing with. This is not the second or the third and the last engagement platform. We are going to have as many platforms as we can. Whatever message we communicate out there, let us show maturity. Let us show leadership. Let us communicate an outlook that will not make other countries to see us as a bad country or to see us as a province that is not a tolerant. But I am worried, Your Excellency, I must say, when the number of the Malawians came out to say want to go back home, the provision by the government of Malawi really of the transport for their people was disappointing. I must say it, I must be honest. When you have people coming from your country saying we want to go home, and then you are reluctant to give them transport, enough transport, I did not take it kindly. Seriously, I know that I engaged some people to help with the transport. I did that. I know that the civic organizations were going to blame me. That Premier, when we have so many problems, you encourage people to support that one. But I was solving a crisis, which it was necessary to solve. But I was not happy. When nationals from your country are saying, please, we want to go home, help us, government must be on board. The citizens of a particular country, they're a priority to that particular country. So we can't take a posture of blaming KwaZulu-Natal, try to put a pressure to KwaZulu-Natal to accept what is wrong, instead of helping our brothers and sisters. You see, these are our brothers and sisters. I always say I'm an African. This is Africa. These are my brothers and sisters. In fact, the origin, you'll find that they originated here from South Africa because of the wars that fought sometimes ago, that to migrate. But that does not suggest, because they are now citizens of those borders, does not suggest that they can come without registering themselves into the country so that the country will know that they are here and will know for how long and for what purposes is it aligned with the laws of our country. So I was disappointed with that one. And I'm urging that the offices that are representing foreign countries in KwaZulu-Natal, for those citizens who are still here without documents, they engage them to do what is right, to live so that they will get proper documents if they want to come. They will register in a proper way if they want to be here, so that they will be counted amongst the people who are here. They must not say, we are waiting, want to see what is it that they are going to do to us. I expect no one to do any wrong thing to anyone. But at the same time, I expect people to respect the authorities of our country. That is non-negotiable. We must respect the authorities of any country. While respecting the human rights, respect the authorities of our own country. If I was going to appeal, not for anyone to stop putting pressure, but if I was going to appeal, that looking at the magnitude of the problem, we cannot solve the problem by 30 June. Whether we like it or not, we cannot. That's a reality. If we want to lie to ourselves, we'll say we're going to solve it by 30 June. We cannot. But what we need is a program of action to solve the problem, which is aggressive, very aggressive. We must be seen by everyone. No one must doubt us as government, private sector, and civic organizations that the problem is being dealt with in the right way within the confines of the law. But we cannot solve the problem by 30 June. So we need to communicate that message that we cannot solve the problem, because I do not want to hear a story that a foreign national who was here on the 1st of July was attacked in any way. I do not want to hear such stories. That will be irresponsible of our country to do so. It will be irresponsible of us as leaders of the society to do so. Let us all protect our country. Ngithokoza kakhulu angazi ukuthi ngathokoza ngithini nakuwena Nkosazana Khanyile to organize together with your team. I must also thank you for the plenary that you have done. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlonishwa Ndonankulu. Siyabonga siyathokoza kakhulu. Socela ukuthi sicele uPastor Lungi ukuba uPastor Elma Gwaza azosivalela ngomkhuleko. And after she has prayed, I will not come to the podium. All I'm asking for those who want to meet and mingle, there is tea arranged. And then thank you very much for being a beautiful audience.
Thank you so much, HOD. Ngiyacela simen ngeenyawo. Thank you so much. Ngiyacela, can we please all stand on our feet and we bow our heads in prayer as we are leaving. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. When we started this session this morning, we came to you appealing and petitioning to you that you help us to deliberate, to give us wisdom. Indeed, Father, we have seen what you have done in this session. Now, oh God, we pray that may we all of us be convicted by the words of our leader, our premier, that we go out and preach to all citizens of KwaZulu-Natal that there must be no violence, no looting, and no bloodshed in our province on the 30th of June. Father, we thank you that people of KwaZulu-Natal shall adhere to this call and they will help to make this province better. In the name of Jesus, we thank you for protection as we go home. We thank you for your hand of grace that is covering us. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.